Oh, it just cut. Cool. It didn't do my transition? That's fine. That's cool. I love that. I love that for me. I love that for us here. That's amazing. Hi, chat. My name is Sun, God's eepiest soldier today. Who doesn't love some OBS stuff? You know, I'm like timing out my opening music to be like, okay, like right when it hits this note, I hit this, so that when like the stinger comes in, it has a couple seconds to fade out, and then it cuts into the chatting screen. No, it just cuts. Yay, Scuff also lurking in, Tekkening. I've been seeing a lot of people play Tekken. I'm not like a fight gamer. I'm not like a fighting gamer, like MIDI controls, but the character creation looks very fun. Would it be worth to get Tekken just to make characters, or is there like more to it than that? Hi everyone. How are you guys doing? I hope you aren't as eepy as I am today. Or maybe you can be. You can be eepy in here. I'll probably wake up once we actually get into the game. There's a studio mode. Oh. I might consider. Ooh. Hanabeer. Hanabeer. Thank you so much for coming by to chill. Soul Calibur is better character creator. Is it? I don't know. I've never played either Tekken or Soul Calibur. I just like character creators. Speaking of which, Petra convinced me to make another character in Final Fantasy XIV. I spent so much time thinking about what name I'm gonna give him, and it's stupid. And I'll show you next time I have my Final Fantasy stream day. My edgy dragon boy. Guess what? I found out that I can be an Arcanist and never cast a spell. So I'm gonna level Arcanist and not be a caster. Wow. Let's see. Here's a Spook. Thank you so much for being the first of the stream. And Meta, thank you so much for your first too. Why am I so eepy today? I say I went to sleep promptly, as if going to sleep at like 3 a.m. is not early or like super late. But once I felt sleepy, I just went to sleep. Sometimes I'm like, no, I have to do like 2 more things. No, I went to bed. I got a solid 7 hours of sleep, and then I read some webtoons in the morning. Regardless, I'm just an eepy fella at all times of the day. It doesn't help that it's like a little bit cold. So my body's like, sleep to preserve your energy, you know? Ugh. What if today was just a nap stream? I can't do that. The temptation to just take a nap on stream, but we have a schedule to get to. I'm predicting today's stream will take about 6 hours. I don't want to end too late. I got a date. And by date, I mean I gotta play Final Fantasy tonight. It's my dailies. Oh, thank you for getting the lights. That definitely won't make me eepier. Not at all. No. I can't hydrate. Zuchi, hi. Hi, Zuchi. Oh, yeah. You guys doing good? It is Thursday, for me at least. It's quite early. I keep feeling like, because I usually stream in the evenings, it should be later. It's 2. I shouldn't be this tired at 2 p.m. on a Thursday. People are working. There are people who have office jobs who are working their 9 to 5, and here I am going, well, what if I just took a nap right now? What? Big hydrate. I got a date stands at Limsa for 4 hours FC chatting and G-posing. Have you guys, anyone who plays Final Fantasy, have you seen the fishing docks? Like, go on the hour that the boats go in. Like, if you're not gonna go on the boat, go a few minutes after. It's so full. There's so many people there. It sounds like Limsa Aetheryte there. Like, there are people decenting fish, getting ready to optimize those Mog Tomes. They're trying to get those 8,000 points. It's crazy. I am averaging a solid 4,000 to 6,000 points. Not so lucky with, you know, the spectral currents, but I did get a seagull. There are so many seagulls, I just caught one out of the air. Now it's my pet. But yeah. Thank you for the yowie. Oh yeah, badges. Yes, we're playing Ace Attorney today. That'll wake me up. What's this do? You presented me your lawyer badge, which means we have to go to court. Yeah. Hi, Nor. I may be missing a tooth, but I'm still smoochable. Why are you missing a tooth? You lying about that? Thanks for passing the Magatama. We're gonna find out if Kaido's lying right now. You're always hiding something. What? Me? Me? No. I had a tooth out today? Are you asking me? Why I asked that as a question? I don't know. You're the one who asked. My teeth are kind of fucked up. I'm gonna admit that. I ghosted my dentist half a year ago. No, it's only been like 3 months. It's only been like 3-4 months since I ghosted my dentist. They probably think I've perished. That's what I mean. I didn't mean it to be a question. I genuinely had to do that today. Okay. Yeah. Am I feeling warm? I gotta turn on my heater in the corner. I'm gonna get cold later. Is that getting picked up by the the mic? It's not. Good. Gotta finish mixing the hamburger meat with an egg in it with my bare hand, enjoying the mental image of that feeling. I cooked meat this morning. I fisted some meat today. And then I went, yeah, I'll do this. I want some meat right now. I put it in my I had a heavy lunch, but I made a lighter dinner for later. So like, as always, we're gonna take like a halfway break, a couple hours in. We're gonna do food break for like a couple minutes, and then we're gonna come back. One tooth I mentioned like a few months back, finally got it out. That's good. I still have tooth work to be done, but I haven't talked to my new dentist because of insurance conflicts, and my old dentist probably thinks I'm dead. So yes. Oh yeah, what are you making? Meatloaf or meatballs or a hamburger? Put an egg into meat? Insurance conflicts? No, just more like they had some questions that I didn't know how to answer, so I had to call my insurance, but then I had to call them for other things, and I forgot to ask them the other things. Now I'm just putting it off, because I don't like making phone calls. I have 3 different medications to take. Take care of yourself, Kaido. You know, take it easy. What better way to say you're not dead than showing up and saying, hey, look at these twofers! Listen, I didn't like my dentist for like various issues that I had with them. So I had to cancel my appointment. So I called in sick going, hey, I'm like really sorry, but I have to cancel my upcoming appointment. And then they go, okay, when would you like to reschedule it? And I said, oh, I'm actually, this is how it went, right? I went, oh, I'm actually feeling unwell. So I'd like to call back once I get better and then schedule it from there. And they said, okay. And then I haven't called them back in 4 months. They probably think I died from like the consumption or whatever. I died of a cold in the eyes of the dentist. So now I really can't go back there. I have to, like, keep up this illusion. Burger, mushroom burger, ah, that sounds so good. Yes, tuberculosis, the real major player in first world country these days. It was ground beef or beef Wellington, because I had a half a pound of coppa that I gotta use, but I'm lazy. I just had like some things and like they wouldn't pick up. Like the multiple times I tried to call my insurance and they wouldn't pick up for like a week. I tried calling them for a week. I had to get up at like 8, 9 a.m. and stay on the line for like 2 hours and they wouldn't pick up, so I just gave up. And then they finally picked up and couldn't answer everything in one go. I had to call another number. Like a big back and forth. Who lets the phone ring in this sweet little fox boy? I started getting pissed off at the calling music. Having to listen to that like really shitty, like low quality, crunchy music for 2 hours a day for a week straight. Tuberculosis has been around since prehistoric times. It's the only virus that refuses to stop evolving and mutating with humanity. Wow! Oh, you have no idea how excited I am that you brought back this emote. I use it to punctuate my sentences after committing crimes. I have more spots! Hey guys, have you anyone who hasn't been here this week yet notice any other new emotes available? I hate insurance companies so much. Never actually do anything when you need them to. Like, I'm not gonna say bad, because if I do need them, I want to get on their nice side. They're useful. But just having to do any, like, business... Not business. Like, just adulting things are a pain. Can't use them. They'll just have to wait for a boon. Oh my god. That's the majority of them. There they are. Wow. I hope you like these. Happy Pops is back. Yeah, I'm glad that I got more spaces to bring back the old animated emotes. Shy. I have still plenty more to add in that I'll do like chunks at a time. I had plans to announce, but I didn't prepare anything because I was so busy with commissions and also being like sick the past month that I didn't have time to prepare what I wanted for February, and now it's February. Today's February 1st. Happy whatever's in February 1st. A lot of months, a lot of big things. But I was sick. I punched the sick. No, then you'll get sick. Just like some general unwell, which is like sort of inevitable, right? Like, let yourself get a little bit sick and then recover. I take the sick for sun. I swear to God, yesterday was January 47th. But even if I don't finish the things that I wanted to at the capacity that I wanted to, I still have things prepared, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna try to make things as scuff as possible, and if not, then I'll just stream you guys the stuff that I wanted to work on. We do our best, and then you pretend that it's like the coolest thing you ever saw, okay? You're gonna pay bills tomorrow. Pay your bills! Take care of yourselves! But yeah, I got a new model that I didn't finish rigging, and I didn't give myself time to finish rigging. I should. I have merch. I have a whole merch line. I have a new going live soon screen, which I'm gonna aim for like a fun little streaming thing. I'd say, ooh, that's a name. But thank you so much for coming by to chill. More merch, more merch. I'm so excited for this merch because I pre-ordered one of them as like a sample. Hey, Confetti! Let me know how you want your name to be read out, if that's okay. I pre-ordered one of the merch because it was like a water bottle that they started offering. It's like one of my favorite because I love Camelbacks. And I want to drop the merch right now. I want to drop the merch so bad, but I gotta like hold back, you know, because it doesn't make sense if I just drop it and I don't release other stuff with it. So I'm gonna aim for something Valentine's week, something silly to do, and then after that, I'm gonna start using my new live soon and merch. Does it sound good? Just hop at my food. I was thinking about sparring tonight and dropped an egg. When I caught it, I did a fucking kiap. I'm embarrassed. P.S. Buy Sun merch so he can become an NPC shop owner. Confetti, yay! Blah, thank you so much for your first. Okay, that's kind of the things that I wanted to talk about, more or less. Is as in, if I'm upset at myself for not finishing the things I wanted to do, that's on me. But I want 2024 to be the year of, it doesn't have to be good, it just has to be done, you know? So I'm gonna be doing art. It might be a little bit wonky because I'm not focusing on perfection. I'm gonna force myself not to. Drop them right now. For free? For free. But we have other things to take care of too, because if you look down there, I reached my follower goal this week. We hit 2K followers. We hit over 2K followers. Thanks to the people just kind of slowly coming in too. So I want to do things for that too, but again, I got too many commissions piled up. So once I'm less busy with my event and commissions, I'd say maybe closer to my debut anniversary, right? So like somewhere between March and April. You guys want to do like a big party? We could do it a 2K anniversary party. Oh, your art is amazing. Blah. Your son 2000 AK Y2K. Let's have a Y2K party. Oh my god. Yeah, let's do that. I was playing Final Fantasy last night. Was it last night that I was doing it? Or was it the night before? But we went on a hunt train. And for some reason, everyone on the hunt train just started getting like really nostalgic for no reason. Talking about like, do you remember floppy disks? Do you remember Neopets? And I'm like, what is this train right now? And I had this like very I had a post on my timeline recently talking about like hip hues, which was like all this tech that had these neon semi-transparent technology, so you can kind of see the inside, but it was all like colorful. I love that kind of stuff. It's fun to stay at the Y2K. Yeah, actually a Y2K party would be so cute for the anniversary this year. So you know what? We'll do that. I have to write that down so I don't forget. Streaming notes. Y2K. I added myself. Y2K. Y2K. Party. Yeah, let's do like a big event. Oh my god, I gotta plan that out. I gotta figure out what we're gonna do that day. That can be later. That could be another time. Alright. Are you guys ready to lawyer up? Are you guys ready to solve lawyer? Get right into it. Yeah! Okay. Go here. Let me know how the audio sounds, music's good, everything. I got the guide up in the corner. We're gonna finish up the court case. If you remember, this is part 2. This is gonna be the first time I'm splitting up one of the cases into multiple parts because it's a little long. I would have been here for like 12 hours streaming if I did it in one go. But we're here. Let's see. We were at a party like kind of like an award ceremony for the Steel Samurai Saga, like the spin-offs and all those kind of like off-brand shows. But there's been a murder of one of the actors. I'm trying to remember like the key points, because we're gonna go straight into the investigation after day 1 of the case. Maya, our friend Maya, just got kidnapped and she's being held hostage. And if we didn't get a not guilty verdict for our client on the first day, something bad would have happened. But we did it. We got a not guilty verdict, but we need to find out who the real murderer is. You know, we got to figure out what's actually happening. Let's get right into the Sues. Key points. You got enough for Stunning Strike? Alright, let's get right into it. I accidentally made another save, but it has to be this one, right? Part 3-1, Investigation. Yeah. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. The Wright & Co. Law Offices. I know there's gonna be a lot of voices I have to do, and I'll do my best without straining my voice today. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Poor Pearl. Oh, I feel so bad for Pearl. Her only remaining family member is kidnapped. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't, because Mr. On Guard hasn't been proven guilty. Hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up. We don't have to stand around. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, hey, you guys! Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. Well, we're kind of busy right now. What's up? So, what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up? Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. On Guard's innocent all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective Cake take care of things. Gumshoe's a homemaker. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? It's the noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like, he didn't care if Miss Andrews was killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth, finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. Wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I don't mean almost need to frame Mr. On Guard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said at all that day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. And that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick! Even that woman prosecutor was better than that! Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? That's right, Miss... Franziska was shot! She was hospitalized because she got shot by the kidnapper. To be like, hey, you really need to get a not guilty verdict? So I'm just gonna take out the prosecutor. And that's why we faced Edgeworth in court the other day. Wasn't she shot this morning? Oh, it's still the same day. Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be taking the bullet, they should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you gonna go visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death for not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital? Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop and say hi. We're going to the Hottie Clinic. Wait, I have to check up on Charlie. Hey, it's wilting a little. No! Oh, I'll give it some delicious water, pal. It's okay. I already did that. The watering can. Where are you, Mr. Watering Can? Neko Shadow Wolf, thank you so much for coming by to chill. Did he just call the watering can Mister? Oh, that's so cute. Alright. Oh god, we can go to a lot of places. We gotta go to the Hottie Clinic. That's what the narrative wants. Never thought I'd come back to this place. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie! Oh, it's Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director, Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes, yes, and that thing, the surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. Poor Edgeworth. He's just been gaslit. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. Her opponent. When I snuck up on her real secret life, she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she whipped me with her whip, Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I can get used to it. Hi, Helicard. Franziska, go back to your room. You're so mean. I mean, my frisky Friska. Well, that's good. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes. What are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. Who's the drug actor with chicken? That's Director Hottie. He's definitely not a patient at the hospital. Totally not. He's the director. For sure. I don't want to be roped in with that doctor. How is the shooting? I was shot in the, I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. That sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running this trial, the trial this morning. But that would have been so much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Francisca's really just putting up the front of shot in the shoulder. What a typical Wednesday morning, am I right? I was just gonna go into the court and run the trial. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Enguarde, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. You have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I had been in court today, this trial would have already been over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective: to find Enguarde guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, right? The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Enguarde will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person she's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. I'm nervous about to get my first critique for this semester. Critique always feels icky, you know? You're gonna be like, I didn't want to hear that. I know, like, I already know what my problems are, you know? But always take critique with a bit of grain of salt. Understand that they're going in knowing that they have to say something for you to improve, you know? So take it in stride. You know, everything is an opportunity for growth. Don't be too nervous. Edgeworth. Hi, Edgeworth. Wanna see my badge? Okay. Can't give any help with regards to clues or evidence. I just want you to see my badge! You sure are hard-nosed. Totally different from Detective Gumshoe. And that's why he was fired. It's got a point. It's good to hear what I need to work on since I'm still new at this. Yeah. Critique day is always like, I'm sure in a normal circumstance, in a normal setting, like, people would just kind of go on and say like, oh, I like this, I don't like this. But critiques are more particularly about pointing out things that you can improve. So, you know, always keep that in mind. Like, it's intended to hear things that you don't want to hear, maybe. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. That you could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that is why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness that card. Give it to me. Hurry. You have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? That's right, at the very end, after the case ended, Edgeworth noticed the card. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That's where we ended off on. That card. What in the world is it? I mean, this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly the Killer. Just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. Assassin? Picture card added to the court record. So who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. I forgot that there's like a whole lore behind the assassin. Shelly's a professional name. Shelly's a professional name and the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure the card is to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it's a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as an assurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. This killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin... You think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? We gotta tell Edgeworth. I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I'll prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen. You need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelly the Killer. The client who ordered the job is Matt on guard, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. See. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter. Letter of introduction. Received from Edgeworth. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again, if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. We're still upset at Edgeworth. Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Engard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Maya. Please, all I ask is you make it home, safe and sound. Date, time, location. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Just like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try the card trick with this. Let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door to open. Okay, time to take a look around. Unlock the door with this card. I should probably go and take a look around. What's this? Feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. And these, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry, not really thirsty. Okay, so we actually investigated all this last time. You can move now. I guess his on guard is the killer. Well, that can't be the case because, Matt on guard, our client, is in jail, but Shelly the killer is the one who kidnapped Maya. What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I could show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now, where's the power button? Ew, it's busted. I would so die a Happy Samurai fan. If I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Ah! I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. What's this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? Sure, a lot of electronic gadgets around here. What is this antenna doing here? Oh, hey, it's a computer. Never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Rat, there goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Huh. Ugh, locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. There's a framed picture sitting at this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Maya, you speak to dead people in the regular. I think you're clear to joke about it. She gets the pass. Hey, it looks like there's something written on here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. That's weird. It's a figurine doing on a... What's this figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits in it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah! It seems... Not sure Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. You cannot. There are ways in which I can help you. Ways you mean? Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you. I'm almost certain I told you in our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Mr. Nick? Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up on my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Vanguard. The killer! But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. I guess we'll be going here. Convention Center Visitors Room. Sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aw. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Right, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Madame Guard. Ah, here you are.
Oh, what did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put a lot of food where I left in the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright?
Shu the cat. This is terrible! Let's hurry! We have to feed his cat! I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into his pocket. Mine's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. Don't shoo the cat! No, we have to feed the cat. Okay. So from the hotel... Well, I guess we have to have a scene here, too.
All right now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake.
You shall not pass! Oh. Miss Oldbag! Don't devalue my name and turn it to his gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been had to make look like a bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum for that edgy boy, just as he promised. But what I really wanted was something more valuable. I wanted Edgy Poo's heart. It was all for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the beast inside this old bag. Arrgh!
Miss Oldbag!
Keep your hands off me! This helmet is airtight! No air gets in and no air gets out! Why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper. Looks like the only way we're gonna get any investigation done. First, do something about this kooky alien. Oh, we have like 2 full pages. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You made a look at this worthless piece of...
Edgy Poo.
Ugh. Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'Amour I smell? Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook.
It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know something's gonna come off of it. Oh, nothing's gonna come off of it.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
What? Ah! What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into On Guard's room today.
Why?
The police's main investigation team is going on in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. Just don't go in there! Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Alright. Let's see. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Looks like we're the only ones here.
And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. Hey, city boy! Lada, you're still here. Is the Nickel Samurai the replacement for the Steel Samurai after the main actor died? So the Steel Samurai was Will Powers, who's still alive. The person who died in the Steel Samurai series was the villain, the evil magistrate. What happened was, that series is already over. Like, there's a couple seasons after that ended. And so, the Nickel Samurai and, like, the what was it, the Jammin' Ninja or whatever, they're, like, offshoot series. They're bringing everyone back. It's the finale. So this is, like, a completely different series. So our two main people who are, let me actually go into the court record. So we have Matt on Guard, who plays the Nickel Samurai, and this was Juan Kurita, who played the Jammin' Ninja. They were basically the main actors of two rival shows that, like, aired on the same day at the same time on, like, different stations. Matt on Guard, the Nickel Samurai, just won an award. And after the ceremony for the award, there was going to be, like, a whole press conference. But it stopped because we found that Juan Kurita had died. He was killed in his room. So that's what the whole thing is right now. A lot of you're still here. Reckon course. An investigative photographer eats and starves on her ability to snap up a scoop, yeah? This hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Reck given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corner to be a real pro, do you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feet in the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop the thief thing already? Do I need to give you anything? Let's see. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lada, you were loitering in the hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. I followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't here in the hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah. Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Angar shoving his manager lady into Kurita? Yeah. Ah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? And whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Yeah, why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Ah, my baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kinda how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't ya? So put in a few good words for me and get my camera back. Get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do that in your, why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer can't, without a camera? A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Can't trust the media, got it. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure to bring it right to me. Yeah. Would you please just leave already? Into Kurita's room. Is there another bear? Was that tall one always back there? I feel like I don't remember that being there. Oh. Mr. Nick! What in the old, otherworldly, ghastly moaning? Oh. I hate evil ghosts. Ah. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me? What sure you're calling a demon brat? Zoinks, it's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to poor Juan, and you're disturbing me! Buh. Vulture! 31-month streak.
Thank you, bearded_vulture_,
What?
for the amazing 31 months of support. Happy 31 months of adversary, son. Your students, yours a fox gem, your students.
Oh, he was trying to read out the emotes. Vulture, thank you so much for being a good egg. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing good. 38 months to go. I will hydrate, thank you. We're talking about murder. Hope you have a good time. Anyone else lurking and chilling out? Hope you're doing good. Please talk to me about the night of the murder. Just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was tricked, deceived by that fraud of photographer in her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. It's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book. But I heard that he lagged behind in the polls against Mr. Enguarde. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become even a bigger star. He was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, that mountain is pretty big. Certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? It's physically possible for this lady to mind her own business. She's just doing her job, you know? Being security and all. What is it, Pearls? The presents. They're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing there here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents of his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by a river going, heh, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. Well, ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice bears. Alright. That's kind of it. The lobby. We gotta go feed Shu! Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Nice, it must be nice to be rich. There's a motorcycle in the living room!
Hi, Mr. Nick. Let's go find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu! Oh! Oh, it's so cute!
So I guess this is Shu.
Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu.
Cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me? Oh. May I help you with something, Mr... Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. Enguarde's lawyer. The Masters... Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Enguarde, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master, or his affairs. John Doe, huh? Totally not suspicious at all. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought that Mr. Enguarde was the... I would have thought that Mr. Enguarde to have the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got there. It's my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shu. And anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Goodbye. Did you get that zipper in your face in an accident? Or you can't talk about someone's face zipper like that. I've never seen this man before in my life. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young, yet already so accomplished. A master of law. But there's also a lot to be proud in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Meow.
Look at the motorcycle.
A giant bicycle is flying through the air.
It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to discuss his face zipper. I don't trust that man's face, and by that I mean the most literal way possible. He's just a normal butler that we've never seen before. Bicycle Pearls is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's a shoe door.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
But it's for Mr. Enguarde's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shu?
The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. I'll never find out what's in that door. Do they not have planes? Motorcycles? Hello, Sunny. Hi there, Chief. The butler is a cat! A bigger cat in a suit. Alright, go back to the office. Hey Gumshoe. Do you think this is important? Gumshoe's just chuckling to himself. We were talking about cup noodles last time we left off. Or Charlie the plant. Want a cultured fact about an ancient Japanese emperor? I'm a little curious now, so go ahead. Have you heard anything from the kidnapper? No, not yet. I'm sure once he hears what happens at the trial today, he'll call, pal. But remember, you can't provoke him when you get to talk to him. I'm missing something. Oh, you know what? I didn't examine everything in the room. I am kind of using a guide to help so I don't like miss everything, because otherwise the game is very much talk to every single person and present every piece of evidence until you get the right combination. I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. Why does it look so cute and it sounds like that? What is that infernal racket? The first recorded instance of women performing sumo, according to the Nihon Shoki, is when Emperor Yuraku summoned 2 courtesans and ordered them to wear loincloths and to sumo wrestle. Interesting. And when Sun sleep and thought you can hear the crickets and muffle screams, you can hear my brain cells rubbing together to create some spark of a thought. That's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m.? That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? I'm sure it flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since that ceremony. Oh. Transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya! How's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I've heard the news. It would seem my present did you no good. The present being shooting Francisca. No! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! One more day, please. All I ask for is one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear that she's alright. Alright. Then, oh. A little... What's with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... bad... Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver suddenly break? Excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden, it became nothing but static. Ah! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. Sooner the better. Okay. That's what I needed. But first... There. I have thoughts. Pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Right. Got a feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears.
Or teddies.
It's hard to bear with all these problems. I forgot we did examine this already. All right. Back to the office.
Hi, Senechat, you cuties. Hi there, Zelda player. Cutie yourself.
Oh, here we go. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Thanks. A rich man's luxurious meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry that you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding. Here, I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Now's when I do this. The transceiver.
Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
What thing? Oh yeah, the thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Uh-huh.
Maybe it fixed itself?
How old is Pearl? I don't know, like 8? 9? I think she's 8 in the first game. Or wait. I'm trying to remember when we met Pearl. We didn't meet Pearl until this game. So, like, between 8 and 9, because it's been a couple months in this game. I think. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? So what is electromagnetic interference? Something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. Stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? What an old problem. What an old problem for this to be. In the year of... When did this game come out? Wait, I have to, like, establish... Came out... 2002. We're talking about an early 2000s problem here.
Uh-huh. Computer?
It's like when you use a dryer next to the TV, and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yes, the TV does do that. So that's what you're talking about.
He seems amazingly happy to be able to understand this. To the room you were in, that interference to the transceiver happened. That's gotta be something in there sending out a very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Ah. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Kurita's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, right, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
We should get going too, Mr. Nick.
All right, let's go. Where are we going? Not to the precinct, I assume. Maybe the precinct?
Police station.
He's gonna get so arrested.
Wow, everybody looks busy with something or other.
They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You gotta be kidding me. There's over 100 people on here.
Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Enguarde really that big and bad of a criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Okay, so he's not here. Hallway.
Hi, Bard.
I can hydrate. I'm kind of remembering this part now. Hydrate or die straight, son. Oh my god. What a threat. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Do you have the, bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Suddenly, I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So, yeah, I couldn't get one. I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We needed that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper.
Looks a little broken. Hey, it was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity. It's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Oh. Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're gonna find it, right?
Right, now, first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real looky-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at everything and anything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal?
Ooh, look at this. Look at our little, like, mouse.
A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. For how often he says pal, not quite sure if you're friends. We're like co-workers.
A cell phone.
What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is.
I'm sorry, I've never seen one before.
Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Crane Village. And Pearls has never lived outside that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Oh. Lamp, check. Listening device, nope.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick?
Yeah.
And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know it's wasteful?
Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. All the lamps will do that. I don't really think listening devices in the TV of all places. There's a radio signal coming from my sandwich. Well, then, let's just open up mine!
Looks like the TV was left on and now it's showing an old samurai movie.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies, as well as the domestic ones.
You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English.
Yeah.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese.
I should probably keep my mouth shut here, not destroy her dream.
They're dubbed.
Well, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner.
Ah, yuck, this air filter's covered in dust and dirt.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it.
I wonder if being a neat freak even makes the tiniest makes even the tiniest dust bunnies look colossal.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Ah, what a lovely bear.
Oh.
Ah!
This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots.
It's a robot? It's a real robot?
Yeah, it's a real one.
Mr. Nick!
Yes?
How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies?
Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, How much bear power?
The radio's on and playing something.
There's a lot happening in this room that's just not depicted. The air conditioner is on. All the lights are on. The TV is playing movies. The radio is on playing music. There's bears growling everywhere. Turn off the electronics! This is like this is a, what is it, sensory overstimulation room? You know, like a sensory deprivation chamber. This is a sensory overload chamber right now. Also, there was murder in here.
Oh, it's Kids Question Corner.
Professor, why is the Earth round?
Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick?
Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Slide left. And here we have a dryer. Nothing unusual here, I think.
A dryer? Oh, if you use it next to a TV, it'll make the screen look all weird, right?
Yeah.
And when that happens, it's called electromagnetic interference, right?
Hey, good memory, Pearls.
I will never forget for the rest of my life. Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here.
Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. That is a rice cooker! Who's putting bread in the rice cooker?
Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, you gotta keep the trail and crime scene warm.
I think the keep warm in the case is a little more metaphorical. Just casual murder. Ew. Oh god, the clock. That is a big clock. I didn't realize that that's the clock. Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock.
What's wrong? Why do you look troubled?
Just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. Just sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago.
Oh.
Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't here. Computer. There's no listening device in this notebook computer, huh?
What's a notebook computer?
Do you know what a notebook is?
Yes, it's a small book with paper you can write on. So?
Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop.
Mr. Nick, what's a laptop?
Questions on questions. Rice cooker bread is good though. I guess so, but it's also been like 2 days since this thing has been kept on warm.
Oh, the water in this hot water pot's run out. I'll get more water for it.
Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device.
What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but...
Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out.
Really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot with that orange juice comes out of?
I don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry.
This is just the giant stuffed teddy bear, right?
I thought notebook laptops were more recent than the early 2000s. This game was released in 2002, meaning like I guess they're a little bit older. Even if they weren't popularized, this like the stuff that's in these games kind of put into context like what people are using. Isn't that so odd? He gets to that. Is told no sneezing unless it's open mouth only. Mamada cooking waits exactly for me to come down. She's saying she's using pepper. All my orifices on fire. I am in my own hell.
Do your best. This is the biggest one I've ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean?
No, not yet, but this bear's eye is...
Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with something really strong radio waves. Sounds like you find the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got.
No, you can't! It's such a violent act!
Oh, rip.
No!
Or Pearls. Camera. It's a miniature camera. And it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What emitter? Transmitter, pal.
Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff?
This tiny thing is a camera? Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. Small, high-grade video camera, mostly used in security systems. It's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is still somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed to radio waves and is set to that recorder.
So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right. Set records the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at the time of murder. How did Gumshoe wind up in the forensics investigation when he's clearly more of an electronic? He's not in forensics. He's just a detective. He's in criminal investigation. He made the electronic device, though. So, what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage to the camera. Footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can see it turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. Whoa. Whoa. Thank you for the objection. Hello. I didn't recognize that I changed the audio alerts. It's been a while.
Hello. You could set it for a certain time?
Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. So we have a 1 hour footage of the murder. Or the scene of the murder. 8 p.m. That was the time the award ceremony ended.
I can do a hydrate.
There's no set date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
I'm pretty sure it's been there since the night of the murder.
Then maybe...
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Suspicious.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye.
It was disguised as a present. I'm pretty sure it was a hero on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there has got a video of what happened here that night.
Is there any way we could find out who that person is?
Impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh,
Is there really no way to find out? I got it! What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go around to the electronics shops and see if I can find who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal.
okay, we'll leave it to you.
Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
There he goes again. He's gone.
Yeah?
But Mr. Scruffy Detective is such a nice man. Sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always manage to do the most things in the most inefficient ways, right? When is the last time we've heard this theme? You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward, one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. There was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? You know the stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea.
Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade. Only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter and the scatterbrained detective took with him are all dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is very different. By tracking how it goes into the country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can you really do that? Mr. Nick, can he really?
Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. Be taking this for now. He's just... are you just gonna carry the bear out, Edgeworth? What's up? I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Snatched up by Edgeworth. Cool. See you soon, right? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. He's fine, he can carry it, he's Edgeworth. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Kurita? The real killer. You really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. Still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Kurita's real killer. Miss Andrews' past. Kidnapper whose sole condition is acquittal for Mr. On Guard. And this card, Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. There really was, 100 years ago, an assassin that said, I'm gonna establish a family legacy. Our last name is going to be the Killers. It's so original. No one else, there's no other assassin family known as the Killers. At least his kids had job security. Shelly the Killer is the third heir, which means there's 2 others. He has 2 brothers who are also assassins. Gotta check something real quick. Okay. You can get bright from here.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth already found Mystic Maya.
Things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
She's so sad. The real person who killed Mr. Kurita was...
That assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right?
The card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who was his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands with blood. Whoever his client is, they're still a killer.
Who could have hired the assassin? What do you think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. If she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? That's right, we still don't know why the body was stabbed. Because we already know the victim was choked to death.
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... No, it can't be.
Matt Engarde himself?
If Mr. Engarde really did hire the assassin...
Then he's not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. Engarde, right? I mean, when we first talked to him...
Mr. Engarde, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Kurita? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Kurita, okay? I didn't see any Cyclops at that time. Actually, it reminds me.
Do you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right, you didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure that Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looks like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Mr. Engarde's secret? What's his secret?
We don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engarde had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engarde. There's no way around it now. There's really nothing that we can do because the detention center's closed by now. Oh.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. We still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Engarde. Miss Andrews' real intentions. There are 2 things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
Sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Oh. Hey, wait.
What is it, whippersnapper?
All I know is nothing has anything to do with you. Nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good.
Just like now, I was handing a strange device for who knows what reason. I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? One Gumshoe made.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgypoo, so...
Edgeworth?
He said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Ugh. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are.
That's my remote for the RC truck. Oh, this is absolutely top secret. You better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, the gossip that's been going around, my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews?
Vander, hi! Thanks so much for the 10 streak. Hi, hi.
But I'm sure she must have had some reasons for getting close to Mr. Kurita.
I'll let you on another secret, young'un. I know who planted the spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I couldn't wait to, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too.
Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good.
But I didn't say anything.
So you want to know about Juan and the manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, there was something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Oh?
I'll tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know. That manager one Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impax. Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That's Celeste's girl. She was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita?
Oh, really, young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the...
Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was gonna get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan.
What?
But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage.
Is that true?
Those are the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that?
It was not in the magazines. That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see.
The night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself.
How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
Let's see. Anything else for us to talk about? Oh. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. Guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things in here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Gotta head over to the detention center.
Doesn't look like Mr. Scruff Detective is here.
Well, he's out with the camera asking all the electronic stores.
And I'll make some salad for him for dinner.
Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us.
Mr. Nick?
Yeah?
Where's the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Aw, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then.
Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of problem. Kind of a problem. You can make salad out of anything. It's just gotta be plants, right? That's like the essence of a salad. Let's see. I don't think... Okay. Exhausted that. To the detention center. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not gonna get a chance to talk to Mr. Engard tonight.
But... Isn't what we have to ask very important?
Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard. Did we miss something? Salad, lettuce, tomato, cheese, onion, fried chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, croutons. That sounds like a hearty salad. I would love to eat that. So I just kind of gotta take a sweep around.
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Engard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Engard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who's this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
And the kidnapper's demand and now this. I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they know. Go on, talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content? Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Okay. Now we can go to the detention center.
Our Edgeworth is doing us a lot of favors.
Sure, they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. That means that both Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Let's see. Let's talk to Adrian Andrews. Because we're currently under the impression that she is kind of our main culprit. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. But there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Engard. Alright. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread around just like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? Wonder what it said.
Why did he try to frame Mr. Engard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. But please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did he say something just now? One big lock. Psych lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But... I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say... revenge. Probably don't have what we need yet. We'll have to come back to that. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Oh. Mr. Powers! What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
The decisive witness is Mr. Powers?
I was talking with the detective a little while ago, and I was on my way home. And all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here.
Oh.
They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something.
Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious.
I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
How you doing? So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about?
I really don't know yet. It sounded like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important? What was it?
Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. Can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said.
Well, what do you think that lawyer... Who do you think that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick! Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I?
You got Larry? You got... Anyway.
This is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going.
Gumshoe's her pal? Yeah? Edgeworth? Question mark? Dubious, but you know, we got something going on. We're in a situationship. But what is he really like?
Well, let's see. Matt's always been sort of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game, to justify himself.
What? How horrible. That's unforgivable.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
She probably smacked him.
But you know, he said that once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him?
His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic?
You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world are this dazzling sort of image, right?
Dazzling sort of image? But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers?
No, I'm more a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen.
Well, that's true.
Oh, hey, did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
You mean Miss Impacts? We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day. About the mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why didn't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity. He really wants us to ask him.
So have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it.
We heard about that in the court today. There wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Kurita? Why do you figure so?
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with her few of her friends. And she said, "It looks like I got caught with a truly insidious man."
A truly insidious man? Does she mean Mr. Kurita by that?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? That would be the reason. That would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Enguarde and Miss Andrews, they're both still at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Well, let's get working. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? We already talked to Adrian Andrews, and I think we might have... We didn't get any new evidence, though. We don't have, like, the evidence to help unlock her psych lock. So let's talk to Matt. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. Counting on you. I hope so, too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Kurita was killed by an assassin. That the assassin's client is this man, Matt Enguarde. Unlock the Cyclops. What's wrong? Mr. Enguarde, there's something I must know 100%. There's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up like the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? 2? Whoa! 5! This is our first time seeing 5 Lux. Oh my god. Oh, this is so exciting. What? 5 Cyclops. Mr. Locke? Mr. Nick? Don't tell me. Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what that is. Do you, dude? He's a furry. Well, no, his job is already to dress up in a costume for a kids program. So, like, that's not gonna be anything groundbreaking. Do you know about Mr. Kurita and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Kurita. Her mentor was Mr. Kurita's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it like kind of pea, like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. It's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Enguarde. Are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Alright. You don't have anything to unlock those 2's locks. March 22nd, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Nick, your phone! I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kinda ominous. It's probably just your imagination. If a person is being detained, why are they allowed a wristwatch phone gadget? Because he's rich. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important.
Oh, we got a big problem, pal. What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay.
Hey, wait a sec. Why is he coming here?
It's terrible. I know what to say, pal. It's the end, I say. I'm gonna... Oh, I got here faster than I thought.
He's still on the phone. Hey.
No time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here.
Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who bought that spy camera.
Eh? This quickly?
And this bear's what gave him away, pal.
Bear?
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that fish? Pearls. And? Go on. Let him have his moment.
There's only one person who bought one of these bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
That on guard.
Uh-huh.
That on guard. Your client. That's who, pal.
Here I thought that things couldn't get any worse. So Matt on guard is the one who bought the bear, where there's only a limited production of these handmade bear statues, these bear figures, in the world. Are you sure you heard right? The person who bought the bear was...
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase.
I can't bear the suspense. I could barely follow.
It's for
oh my god, $3,800 for that bear? God.
That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear.
Receipt? That's all you have?
Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold this bear to Mr. On Guard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. On Guard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. On Guard himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be. We don't talk about how Wright is like so prone to fainting so easily. Like, granted, these are very like shocking revelations, but like he just kind of gets a little lightheaded once in a while. It's a coffee with honey. It's good. Hiking like in. Enjoy your coffee, honey. Oh, that sounds so good. I could go for that. I have some soy milk that I need to use. To be fair, he's had a lot of head injuries. Not that many. He will. He will have more. This is not the end of that. People do chuck a lot of stuff. Yeah. He's sturdy. He's a sturdy guy. So what about the spy camera we found?
That was dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess we can give these back to you for the file, away into evidence.
To file away into evidence. Okay, we just have it now.
I don't know. I know you don't want to give up, pal.
Never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Cruta's room was Matt on Guard. Why would Mr. On Guard do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Karuta in one of their rendezvous.
I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know what the absolute truth behind this camera.
Are you gonna see him? Mr. On Guard, I mean?
Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next. Scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt on Guard. What in the world have you done? Alright. Do I have enough to go after? I think so. Let's see. We don't know what's in the camera footage, that's true. We only have the transmitter, we don't have what it transmitted to. So that's kind of outside of our hands. Oh. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. So late. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax, don't you know that ignorance is bliss? If you really want to know, let's talk. The only thing we gotta do... Oh, beans. Gosh, hearing the chains and seeing that, like, interwoven animation, it kind of gives me chills. I wish there was more merch around the Cyclops. I know they're not supposed to be a good thing, but design-wise, they're so cool. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. I like a necklace. I would, like, really go for, like, a Cyclops necklace. That'd be so cool. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I keep saying it until I'm blue in the face, but... I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. We have Bear. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room the night of the murder. Petra, hi. Hi, Petra. Thank you for the yowie. Secretly film? What? I am trash. And then send the images to the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera that you're talking about hidden? In the bear! The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. Guess Juan had a few of those kind of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... Mr. On guard. Don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a good friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. On guard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I would think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof that you want me to you have any proof that you want to show me first? There's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. Evidence. A credit card receipt with your name on it. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. On guard. It's from when you bought the stuffed bear. Dude, all I can tell is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory. It's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway. The store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yeah? You're my lawyer, right, dude?
So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set that camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita room and filmed it in secret is... What's this card? He doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden?
I think this guy wants to go to prison. What do you think, chat?
Well, he's confident that he's gonna get out of prison. The one who wants to get him out of prison is the person he employed. I think he looks good in chains. It really just brings out his eyes, you know? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. Can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt on guard. I know you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? Because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Kurita. The real mastermind behind the whole murder is you, Matt on guard. Here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. On guard, you really did hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Oh, chills. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on guard. What kind of voice do I give this version of him? Man, why does this guy look so cool for? What's that, apple juice? Where'd he get the glass? Why is it full? Do prisoners go? It's edgy boy phase. I can't do a Joker impression. Well done, Mr. Wright. I'm still gonna kind of like lean into that dude bro kind of accent. But it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You are Shelly the Killer's client? Yeah, millionaire privilege. It's not about the drink, it's sending a message. What do you think it's filled with? What is he sipping? Like, that's not like alcohol at all. It's apple juice. You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? Kool-Aid, orange juice. Where did he get his glasses of vicious liquid? Cherry Kool-Aid. Then it's like Capri Sun. If we're going by color, it's Capri Sun, you know? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
You're lying. What a terrible...
It's past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
But why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. You knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deeds above their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why...
Yes, that's where the video comes in. I got his face in the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, the video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Well, why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough for an answer for you, little girl.
Peach juice. Oh, it is a bit peachy.
You're right.
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Kurita?
Because he was about to sling so much dung on my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Kurita had been able to give it, then Mr. Agard's secret would have...
Well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation.
All this is recorded by state cameras, none of which will ever see the light of day because Phoenix Wright World.
I'm sure it's not like audio. I'm sure it's just visual. I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. The situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Kurita ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet innocent face and people will swallow everything you feed to them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me, not on guard. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've gone awfully quiet. How could I have been deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked you if you had killed Juan Kurita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? And I'm guilty. All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Kurita! There's something so, like, what's the word, smarmy about him? Where he wholeheartedly told us that he didn't kill anyone. Because he genuinely believes that his hands are clean of this. And there's something so, I don't know, poetic about it, you know? So greasily smug. And like even his design, where he looks so soft, despite like the red jacket, but now his whole design kind of comes together like this. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Grr. Oh, but too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya!
You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, so I hear. You would end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You! Scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. So he knows. Well, knows what? Because he's kind of the one behind everything. Maya, what am I supposed to do?
I was almost right. Adjacently.
Now you finally found it. Starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct.
Edgeworth came for us in the middle of the night.
Well, right. What are you going to do? You plan on changing your strategy.
No! We can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right? Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, right, it's your turn.
My turn?
What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find that answer, and you must find it on your own.
I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who is clearly a killer.
Not on guard. That man is really... Ugh! Doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial... Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Judicial? I can read. Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Is that exactly how you fought all your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's... because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get in guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right, would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That is all you can do.
Why fight?
People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight at the very end, even when you know that the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know is guilty, know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Is it the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. See, I understand why you despise me so. However, you were mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when he sealed off my path with, to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways.
We fixed him. We fixed Edgeworth.
I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that's why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. If you can, you will be powerless to change the ending of the story. Phoenix, I can fix him, Wendy. I can make him worse. Every lawyer origin story involves, I became a lawyer to help people. Do they not realize that not every defendant is innocent? Well, the reason Phoenix became a lawyer is because when he was a kid, he was accused of stealing something. And Edgeworth came to his defense and said, no, we need to, like, do this properly and find out if he really did it or not. And that's why Phoenix is under such a strong impression that, like, everyone deserves a chance to, you know, be proven innocent.
It's because of Edgeworth.
But then Edgeworth's dad died and became so jaded he became a prosecutor because he thought that he killed his father and said to himself, there's no such thing as anyone being innocent, so everyone has to go to jail.
It was sort of something like that. So in actuality, we being Phoenix, probably would have become a prosecutor, and then Edgeworth would have become a defense attorney, and the opposite. I'm sure there's like a fanfic about this somewhere. You can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of the story. Oh. Mr. Nick, the transceiver! I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what's the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engarde's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He's my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. And I can hydrate, thank you. I believe you were asking for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. Oh! Isn't it so great that our assassin here knows about aftercare? It's very important. Study into it. Why you gotta call it that? It's important, Zuchi! Aftercare is important! You can't forget about it. Aftercare is nice. This isn't nice at all. What the heck is that? Phoenix, please. My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. I'll allow that. I'm American. What is this aftercare you speak of? Look it up. It's good for you. It's healthy. Okay, Vulture. You say that, but I think that makes more sense than not, right? Phoenix, what the heck is aftercare? Edgeworth mentally, who's standing right next to him in this conversation, adding that to the red flags. That is what we call client relations, and it's part of an assassin's duty. Assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. Maybe? What's your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind that you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As the Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see that she receives a nice long nap. No! Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. I thought it was his innocent brother, Jelly the Killer. Oh, naps are nice. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission. Huh? Oh, that. It sounded like a cat. A cat? Can't be. That cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police head for Engarde's mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose yet hope, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Who's house cats sound the same. Yeah. It is also like 11 p.m. right now. Okay, we have to go from here. Chekhov's cat. Any relation to Jeff the Killer? You know, a distant family relation, I'm sure. I knew it, the cat was the kidnapper. Maya! Please interest, Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and Enguarde were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Oh wait. Damn it. This is new. Oh! It's a figurine of a bear! But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. It's a wooden, bear-shaped figure. It's covered in many thin cuts. Bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like that be in here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu. Do you think that this came through the little door? This door, it's locked. Put the cat on the stand. It's the only witness. We need a statement. Don't joke about that. We've already put a parrot as a witness for a final case. And it worked. And it will not be the last time we put an animal on the stand. I'm home. Hi, Meta. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Slam. Crash. There's no one here. The looks of this room, I would say this is Enguarde's private lounge. Look at this, right? Antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and a VCR. Processing. Oh yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I'm hearing that critique went well. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed and recorded on it. Sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we were looking for and escaped with it. A huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say, I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Oh, we know Maya so well. Yeah, that's what she'd say. I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, of all things considered. They said I had good composition. Oh, that's good. That's really important to have. The VCR and antenna. The footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape. If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful. It's on Enguarde's computer. Maya, why couldn't you just use this to get help? Mr. Nick, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. That's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here. I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. Door. There's a little door for Shu in this big door. I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out here. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some evidence, that was always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. It's a very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on here. We're measuring everything in pearls. But I would sit on a table. But I wouldn't sit on the table to begin with, Mr. Nick. Okay. Wine cellar. We searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. Now we lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is is looking for you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up the checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. You say us, Edgeworth. You're just a prosecutor. New metric system. Pearls. I don't understand composition at all. Well, that means you just must have like a good intuition for it. Edgeworth is so gay for right. You're so right. Can we get an exclamation point gay for Edgeworth? It's a pretty heavy door, isn't it? I can't open it by myself. Please don't shut in here. Don't shut me in here by accident, okay, Mr. Nick? If I were locked in a place like this, I'd be plenty scared too. Trust me. The light doesn't filter in all the way. It's hard to see. It looks like there are crates and cardboard boxes tied up with wire here. Wow. I've never seen so many bottles in one place before. Well, I guess when you're a star, you have so much money you can buy anything you want. Right? Nothing else. Automod can't silence the truth. He has to do his job and stand there to say, "Ooh, I'm gonna get you so... Ooh, I'm gonna get you in so much trouble." It looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste. Miss Impax, you mean? Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Unguard's room? Or mansion? Room? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Add it to the court record. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please, let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back! There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya! She left us a message! What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever! I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. No! Mystic Maya! Right! What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he looted us. Edgeworth? Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Oh, this. Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding. And I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. I'll blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Go straight there. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock. The psych lock? She has no idea what we're talking about. I want to know, and you will tell me your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Those are tough words. He sometimes lets it slip. It's fine. No one questions it. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Unguard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Unguard.
If you talk about weird stuff, you put them on the ropes. That's how you get them. Miss Andrews. Miss Andrews, you may think that I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. You're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything that I want to take revenge for. He did the equivalent of walking to the Vatican, approaching the Pope and saying, I'm gonna need to get your Scooby-Doo. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. What do we have? Celeste. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that would cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was Juan. What does this have to do with Matt? Right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impact in her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Evidence. Oh wait, do we have... I didn't realize we had his profile in our case now. Relations, This is a photo of Miss Impact's, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found it at Mr. On Guard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Got her. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard about it. But I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. On Guard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. That's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. So horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match, they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship to Celeste. I see. So that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Matt and Juan were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement, then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impacts. That wasn't the end of it.
That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's vicious misdeeds and various misdeeds. And so that she would never get close again. She would never again be hurt by Matt. She chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? Simple. Juan realized the note was a powerful weapon against Matt. And it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. Why do I gotta show this image on like such a deep and touching scene right here? It's like so angsty and emotional. They're like, Nickel Samurai! Jump scare. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all of this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with the knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. That's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you going to still help that man? I'm a lawyer. See, what a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either, not with Maya's situation. With what I know now. We continue. I think it would be a good checkpoint for us to take our break. What do you think? Because I believe we're going to go right into the investigation after this. We're going to save. We're going to have our 10-minute recess, roughly, give or take. I'll be back, let's say like 5:30. I made a light lunch so I can bring it over and eat quickly. So let me set up some words. We haven't been investigating already? Well, we did. We're going to the trial tomorrow. Got this. So once we get back to this, we're gonna be right in the courtroom. We have to defend our client. That's all we can do, even though we know how much of a horrible person he is. We just did so much investigating. All right. We're gonna go. I'm gonna put you guys on. Be right back. Play with some words. Take a break. Drink some water. Have a snack. Okay.
close. So close, and yet... I'm still eating my sandwich. Do you guys want to go for, like, one more round? I also need to add the music into the background, like, temporarily. Game audio. There we go. It might double up. Temporarily, let's switch to this one. Give it one more shot. What do you think? I'm good, but y'all have a good one. Hello, Card. Thank you so much for coming in, having fun here. Hope you have a good day. Y'all, I'll make myself a bit smaller so you can see. Y'all better have stretch, went pee, take a break. I'm still here. I just need to focus on stuff. Absolutely. You do what you need to do. Try those, try some words again if they didn't go through the first time, you know? Get that luck. We're a little limited on how many people we have in chat. There it goes in. Good job! Last bite, so we can do like one more round, I think. So I don't get a tummy ache while we read the game. You also aren't forced to play this game. It's just something so chat has something to do while I eat. Ooh, that's a good one. Wrong start. Yeah, they're rolling. This game is so mean to you, specifically, for some reason. To me? Everywhere else I see, it's easy. It's because I have confidence in my chat. You guys are so... intelligent. You know, you
You guys are very smart. I think it knows. We're at level 2. Look at this. You guys got that so easily. I think it just means we're cooler than everyone else. Alright. Think I can end it here. On stream. I gotta go into my VOD audio now. Because I have to tell it to stop recording Chrome. Okay. Close this. Head back to our game. Ugh. Yeah, there we go. We're good at this till we suck. It's until, you know, it's really not that you guys are bad at the game. It's just that we don't have the number of people because they do have a limitation on how many words people can guess. So really, it's not a skill issue on your part. So it depends on how many people play. You guys do really good. Years of Boggle training. Good, you did good, chat fam. Good job. Good work. Back to lawyer. I'm making sure I have my guide up. No. Back. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough! You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, right? What have I done wrong? Cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before. Someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. Prove a killer innocent. We're on defendant lobby number 3 today. First thing that popped into my mind when he said, hang on, let me get my guide up. It makes me imagine an actual judge looking to a lawyer. How does a defendant plead? Hold on, I'm looking up the walkthrough. Is that not how it works? Is that not what a law book basically is? Which is the walkthrough of law? I should get this ringtone back again. I kind of miss having this as a ringtone. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. Also, like, this is a different phone. This is like a landline phone. What happened to our cell phone? You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? He is standing right next to us. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. I appreciate you. You sometimes make me hate. Alright, I can get myself a little bigger now. That is a cell phone, though. But Phoenix does have, like, a flip phone. He has, like, a clamshell flip phone. So what is it that other phone that we're holding? Is that, like, the phone that we got temporarily? God, I'm old. What did Sun do? I'm just making good points that people can't deny. Ugh. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime back and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever! Maya. Phoenix,
Phoenix! Mia! Maya! How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for lawyer, the worst part of the time is where you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here not anywhere. Oh.
Who are you? I am from ancient Greece.
Who are you? I am from ancient Greece. Oh, there I go. Thank you so much for the bits of the fox stocks. Thank you for the biddies. I'll use this as part of my funds for when I lose my lawyer's badge. The curse is on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. Really mean, pal. Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you? It's raining rocks. Ow. They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Oh, he has a job again. Then, you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down. We're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we get Maya out, they can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if I found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. We did continue the trial on for like twice as long as we could. The first day. This is the second day. I think? Yeah. I have to make the trial last longer. If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two could draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Beep. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. That's the strongest weapon in the world you have in abundance. Yeah. Yeah, friends. Phoenix, engage maximum bluff. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. We're gonna do our best. We're going to courtroom number 3. Hi, Edgeworth. We have to clue in on Edgeworth that we're trying to drag out the court. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engarde. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery of being what exactly was Miss Adrian's role for this murder. That's to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. We still, even if she didn't commit the crime necessarily, she did commit the act of tampering with this crime scene and tampering with the dead body. So that has to be something, right? We have something there. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engarde. Also, she forged evidence. That's another thing. And proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing the Nickel Samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. And you're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Engarde. We're just coming out with it, huh? What a surprising turn of events.
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on in this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand.
He's still in a suit.
Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Oh, okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
No, Will! Of course he's in a suit. And what is your relation to the defendant? He's in the courtroom. Listen, people can wear whatever they want to the courtroom. At this point.
Well, that's, I guess I'm a sort of lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah.
Trying to get the royal talking. He's just a big, gentle guy.
Mr. Powers, please. You don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, but just kind of a nothing sort of guy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. He has court etiquette. I respect it. He's just a little nervous. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went into Mr. Ingar's room.
Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
That's us. We were the guests.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Ingar was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in for another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But first, to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? Ian. He was talking with someone at first. I thought it was the bellboy. At first. What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboy's uniform and had a bottle of juice on his tray.
It's so normal to just order tomato juice to your room by the bottle. Have I ever seen a bottle of tomato juice? Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
Guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. What about a V8?
I watched the two for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
Who are these guests of yours?
You guys, of course. You, Maya, and Little Burl. I thought it'd be really rude since I divided you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
Like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. You remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from this story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Oh, that was the last one. Oh, I already did this one. I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Why did I think that? Okay, so we're gonna have to come back to this one eventually. Saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, do you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? But that's perfectly normal to do. So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. Is that why you thought it was weird? I'm gonna keep, like, going back and forth on these. Oh, hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, you only a few minutes ago, you stated. Oh, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The bellboy. He wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. I gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. Bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. That's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It's not like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of these shocking moments I should ask about. I want to know about the face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. Ahem. I hope you know discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's what I meant at all. In the smack middle of this guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and went straight from the tippy top of his head down to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if the thread snapped, the stuff in his head would come spilling out. That is terrifying. He was there, at Angard's house. It was that butler. What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Angard was talking to the Dick Killer then. It was Zipperface. It was the butler. If that fact were exposed, Angard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend that you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. Are sure you don't have anything else you would like to say, Mr. Wright? What did he just say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. Yeah, Edgeworth, don't catch on. Of course the butler did. Well, we already know that the butler is the assassin. So we gave the bellboy tip. How much it was. Really shocked. Okay. Which of these shocking moments should we ask about the tip? The defendant's a huge star. He can afford to give a generous tip. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
Oh, too much. Would you please clarify for the court? But how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash? Maybe they were singles.
Oh, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash can be hardly called a tip, Your Honor. They're just beginning to look awfully suspicious at us. I don't think I could really object to here. I mean, who would argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd?
So, supposing the roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida.
Then the bellboy the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin. You can't just say it like that, Edgeworth.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the cards Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley DeKiller?
He's the person the police special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller.
Really?
Wrong, Mr. Powers.
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
What? We also saw him.
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. That's when I saw the bellboy come out of the room,
I saw the bellboy I saw earlier come out of the room.
Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean...
Thank you very much. That is all we need for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller. Then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room.
It amazes me how much fucking evidence got left behind. And you got Blackmail Phoenix to defend an impossible case. Well, here's the thing. We could potentially win this case, but we're doing that knowing that our client is guilty. So that's our conflict of interest here. We could really BS our way out of this if we wanted to, but we don't want to in this case. We just have to delay the case. We don't have to win.
If the bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. And that bellboy came out of the room. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next?
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
The bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree that is a little strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... Oh, we gotta do something. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really, really is. There really, really isn't. You are done being school children. Bellboys are there for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for the bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed. You're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. There was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Yeah, what if he was just delivering something? Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we can you make wine out of tomato juice? I just thought about that. Does that exist? Do people make vegetable wine? Is that weird? If we can come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. What sort of proof? Some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge a bullet for this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Okay, we have something. Yeah. Mr. Powers. What is vodka if not potato wine? You're so right about that. Tomato wine is a thing, but it's not popular. More of a homemade thing. I see. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing he must be true. But, isn't it really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... Vegetable moonshine. Oh, I didn't think about that. So, a baseball has stitches? Are you saying that all baseballs are suspicious just because they have stitches? This is... peak bluff. Huh? You think baseball's suspicious? They got stitches all over them. Oh. Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? Bullshit meter's off the charts today. Listen, we're trying to prove a point. It doesn't actually have to prove anything. We're just trying to stall for time. What about him being empty-handed? I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice, which you can also see in the photo. Yeah. Also, and now, if you look on what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, I wish you would zoom in and enhance. Anyone can absolutely see it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was left empty-handed when he left. But that would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But you can prove that but can you prove that Mr. Kurita had already been dead at the time? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? I mean, footballs have stitches, and there are suspicious ones in Deflategate. In Deflategate. So he's not, like, entirely wrong. So the reverse Gish Gallop. No technical details beyond value, even if they all have the evidence. Deflategate. Oh, Deflategate. I was really trying to read that as one word. Is Edgeworth stalling too? Did Gumshoe coordinate with you both? We don't know. He's doing something. He's up to something. Witness, is there one more thing you would like to share with us? All we know is that if, you know, Phoenix and Edgeworth go at it as hard as they can, they're going to be throwing evidence at each other and, like, contradictions. And it will delay the case, you know? Is there? The bellboy's empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed? I recall he had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? The bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys didn't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make this bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. Can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. The bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So? A football is made of leather. The football. Are you saying that all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? And they have stitches? Football's real suspicious. For the man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. He was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself could believe that was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Your second meeting. After the Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room, and the old guy just left without even going into the room. Shut up, Judge, it ain't your job to argue. After that, I went to the bathroom and went back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kinda saw that all by accident. Some accident? I'd say he saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get this started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. What do you mean by person? I said hold it! Okay. we are stalling for every second of time. That's better. Ahem. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate, and give us a few more details. Okay. Yeah, man saw a lot for going to the bathroom. Yeah. I should only ask him one question at a time. Ask about the something. He gave something to this person? Yeah. What was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was some kind of small... This is incredible, crucial piece of information. Please, try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point. Namely, what the bellboy did next. Oh, sure. So after he gave the person inside the room the thing... then the old guy left without even going into the room. Let's go back on the other one, because we have other questions we can ask him.
Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Just a few more. And say them as slowly as possible. Okay. Now who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? And you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I would like to summarize this testimony. Up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes. It was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is this all really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think it's the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the scene of the crime was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I got a little too excited there. I think it was... no. Remember, please add it to your testimony. Edgeworth is totally stalling. You mean Edgeworth doesn't do this all the time? What do you mean? Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I think it would say for sure. I think it was some sort of wooden statue. Have something of that sort. Like this? What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up! It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, you have something to say. Please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers? There's something you saw. Was it this item? Watching you is the most continuous exposure I've had to the series, and all I know is that if Edgeworth has a point, he yells objection a lot. Yeah. He's very no-nonsense when it comes to these things. So it's very obvious that we could tell that he's kind of stretching for details, you know? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. Recall that we found this in Mr. Engard's at Matt Engard's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Chili the Killer assassinated Juan Carita in his room, and he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Engard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Engard is the killer's client. Oops. Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. Oh, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. Not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't showed it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot he knew about it too. I think it's clear there's no room for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. But there's still a few points that left we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? Matt pay the bellboy to steal a wooden bear. What about the bear? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright. This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that Mr. Ungard, it was Mr. Ungard who took the bear to his mansion. Very true. That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, the defendant would have taken this bear home. Phew. Disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me, Mr. Wright. Fuck you, Edgeworth. Fuck you, Edgeworth. I remember it as clear as day. I remember what you murdered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler all this time he was the killer? Wow, I'm so glad that Edgeworth listens to every word that we say so carefully. The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ungard's mansion as its butler. What a bold move. The bear figure was brought back to Ungard mansion by the killer himself. That's a little gay, Edgeworth. Why are you memorizing every word that we say, Yeah, I said that one. Oh, look at that. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume it because it would have been bad that had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've gone quiet for a while now. This is too much. Is there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to? I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Powers' testimony. What? There's still another one? Is Ungard's right arm robotic? That's his costume. That's his nickel samurai costume, who has like a robotic arm. There is indeed, Your Honor. Actually, I could show you from the court record. This is what the costume looks like. That's the arm that we saw before. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explain further? Yeah, I just have, like, a question about, the person who received the bear. There's one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure if, What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But, the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it! You've gotta be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. But it was just the costume, right? It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took the little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know, Matt Ungard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figure was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. The Nickel Samurai is a fictional character. Clearly, the eyewitness is not of sound mind. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engarde. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Your Honor, this witness keeps making things shit up as he goes. He cannot be trusted. Thank you, Your Honor, for understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you cannot win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Why? What should I do? We gotta keep the case going! We gotta keep the case going! Yeah. One way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have 2 reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. The reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at the Engarde mansion. However, I think it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Miss Tisk, this is all you have. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear for your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? We only know of one other person who was wearing the steel samurai costume after the time of the murder. Adrian Andrews? Yes. Where do you know she tried to frame Matt Engarde for the crime? By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could have very well been Miss Andrews. Look at my badge. Look at these badges on the floor. That's how you know that I'm telling the truth. This is such solid evidence right here. Show him the badge. What about Mr. Engarde? If you please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Engarde's mansion was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone could tell Engarde did it. I can't believe the defense would go as far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Unbelievable. I clicked through that one by accident. This is the Save Maya. This is the Save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? Y'all can bitch at Phoenix all you want. He is just doing his job. That is literally our job. Even if it sounds like BS, we are actually doing what we should be doing as the defense attorney. Which is not to blame the case on someone else, but it's to defend our client. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even if you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Engarde's right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all the doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Oh. See. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor.
March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. Defendant lobby number 3.
Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But never thought that in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Ah, I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick!
Pearls, where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
Really strong power. Homie, there are cops right over there. They really can't do anything. I feel. They're just bailiffs. They're not cops.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. That's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where DeKiller and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... what? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all of her hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent.
Mia!
It looks like Maya was unconscious up until a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya who called you away.
She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away.
Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The Berry Big Circus.
Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else?
What else, Mia? Man, you can make a DS game about that. A game where you're a detective, but also a ghost? Man, that's a wild concept. I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. I felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so.
I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
I'll call you later, so don't you let your battery die, okay, pal?
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? Only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
We're really banking on this in psychic powers. We are.
Would it not be cool for this fandom to be able to employ tomfoolery? Perhaps poltergeist trickery? Yeah, like a ghost detective private, like a ghost private dick. You could call it Ghost Dick. Why don't we make that? Can we make that a game? Can we make a game just called Ghost Dick? Is that against, like... Because that's like a name, right? That's a fetish. Couldn't we make this a game? Yeah! Ghost Dick, private detective. I did want to make a game this year. I don't know if I have it in me to make a puzzle mystery game, but just in concept, I feel like we can make this work out. Zuchi, you want to make music for a ghost detective game? Yes. You didn't even have to finish saying it. The name would piss off everybody. Let's do this. The court will now reconvene. Ghost Dick.
The killer. What voice does Fedra have? The killer. The man who murdered the victim handed this to his client. I love this community. we know what's good around here. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. But will it be a not safe for work or safe for work game? I mean, murder's not safe for work already. A common problem for me. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. Okay, so we do have those crimes on her. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? Alright. Why? Why does she... The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Also, here's the thing. We can make the game safe for work, but we bring in people with the premise that it's not safe for work, right? We just kind of make it that, like, borderline fan service-y type. But it can be safe for work. Probably. This is an elaborate puzzle. Yeah? Yeah, we keep tempting the... We have to word it that, like, something spicy is gonna happen. It's 12 hours of edging. Yeah, exactly. And then we never solve the mystery at the end. It's like one case and we never find out the true identity of, like, the killer or something. That's the ultimate edging. It's like a demo that we never make a full version of. How about that? I remember saying something about a new outfit. Is it the blue raincoat one? Where's this coming from? I mean, yeah. Let fans decide to make videos of... That's how you go viral. Yeah, make them come up with the fan theories. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. Never make a full game? That's low, son. And it's been done a million times before. Listen. If it's like a free game that we make, we don't even make it. We don't even make a demo. We have like trailers for a game that could be a demo that never gets released. True enough. If people don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. What kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. You could take it apart? And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, then push it in. Oh yes, I see. The judge is doing the puzzle. I just remembered. Oh, that's okay then. I just wasn't sure, like, if something brought it up or not.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting.
Boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it. So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of this ghost game and really falling in love with the idea. I feel like we can work it out. If I can't think of a topic to stream next week, if it's not like any of the work that I want to show you guys, maybe we work on the Ghost Detective game. That's completely original and totally safe for work. Overthinking, my beloved derogatory. You're good. And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this is a present from you.
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. It was a present from Miss Andrews.
Witness, let's continue with your testimony.
Because of the complexity, you don't know how. If you don't know the order, you can't open the bear.
So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself.
It was a and the baker who made it. Excuse you.
It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt there are many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it'd be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken.
The baker? Don't you mean the carver? Did I say baker instead of maker?
She just confessed that only she could open it after Juan died.
Can't tell it's a jewelry box.
Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or a jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, only the two of us knew.
The two of you, huh?
Then of course that means Mr. Engar didn't know, right?
I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now.
Figurine updated. Court record.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize there's one very important fact we've uncovered. That is this. The bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we've agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is, what is inside this box? What's inside?
That's right. That's what we're going to find out next. Witness? Yes?
You're the only one who can open this. Please.
What's in the box? Painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle. Takes the bear apart. Click. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
Oh, what's that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
Suicide note?
Suicide note left by Juan Crita's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of this whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Crita himself. It seems Celeste Impax had a very beautiful handwriting. And she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note that she left right before she committed suicide.
Order. Witness, do you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered the body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. Now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least that's what I would think.
When Samus is bounty hunting and showing booties, she's part of a murder case.
Huh? Gotta work. Have a nice stream. Meta, thank you so much for coming in. Have a good day at work.
Now then, I believe it's only appropriate that the contents of the note, this note, be made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it, all for her sake.
Deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note out loud. Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impacts left us a record of all that happened to her. About being used and thrown away by Enguarde. About being engaged to Kurita, and Enguarde's role in destroying that. And how she decided, in her despair, to end it all.
That's all Miss Impacts had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Enguarde. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of murder, Juan was going to make contents of this note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word. Matt Enguarde's values, above all else, is refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop the note from being made public. At any cost.
It's Enguarde's fault the woman killed herself.
And this time, he even went as far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that.
How terrible. What a selfish person.
Guess there are slimeballs lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. The only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. If I'm on guard, I'm telling DeKiller just to wrap up and bug out. Seems we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those.
The gavel's already in Judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry!
Suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue?
The figurine already kind of doesn't have anything left for us. So it has to be the note.
Wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it?
Like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook.
I think Your Honor believes that Matt Enguarde killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I'd say Matt Enguarde could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way. And I thought it was rather strange.
No one in the right mind would kill for a note without knowing what without first knowing what it said. Order, order, order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Fortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more to spare upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. The type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought the spy camera was in my possession. Matt Engarde and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. Even went as far as to use this type of item to find each other's weakness. And? The victim, Juan Carita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Engarde. Order! Order! Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. You. Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt Engarde's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say about that, what am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engarde learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Is that man the bad killer guy? Just don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Does Edgeworth not know about Maya's situation at the moment? He does, but he doesn't know that... So, he does. He's confident that the police are going to be able to take care of it, but he doesn't know that they're currently in pursuit and that, like... Gumshoe is on the case. Edgeworth has no idea. He's just like, just leave it kind of to the professionals. We're doing our best to search for her. He came with us to break into Engarde's house to find Maya, but she wasn't there. He's just trying to get the case won for him and then hope that Maya's okay. Maya's not his priority. She's ours. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What I'm gonna do next? Just running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting a lid on this case. But, in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded. For not remembering to look at the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
Alright, I think it's this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at? Or should I let it go? Evidence. The judge wants to go home. We already extended yesterday's trial by like twice as long as it should have. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You sound desperate.
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? Oh, you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Now, we haven't really taken the chance to look at it ourselves, right? That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... the handwriting of the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't be seriously suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is fake? That's actually a good point. It is a very good point. Because in any other case, Edgeworth would have been on her ass about that. Oh, the autopsy report is outdated. That's from last night. We got one new one this morning. Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. On Guard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. Yeah, in any other case, Edgeworth would rail you over introducing evidence in the middle of a court case. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Call the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve this puzzle was the witness herself. Ah! Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt On Guard. I did no such thing. Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you're the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Ah, that's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting of the suicide note? As the defense has stated, the handwriting is yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached the point where verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Guard is guilty, look. Any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Just chanting it. We didn't silence our phone. Oh, what's that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello? Gumshoe? What's with him? And what's with that sigh? Well, where's Maya? What happened to the killer? Yeah. He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way I could make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them are already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't. We don't have any more. Guilty! 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 We're out of time. You hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. About to end today's proceedings. Let me take your phone calls after... hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! The spinning of the phone. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. Sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. What is this, a PNG? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. No. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? You can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your result in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. The prosecution's request, the court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised, they will not allow another recess today. Not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Got it, we got Edgeworth. Got a little bit of time from Edgeworth. Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in there that time. Ugh. Report! Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind in an accident. By accident in his rush to get away. Few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, ho, ho, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We didn't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I really hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. Gumshoe coming in clutch! With my hunk of junk, car, I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get there in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Gumshoe, no! Items left by the murder, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. Gumshoe! Gumshoe! What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. Guessing his cell phone broke as well. Gumshoe's fucking dead. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, If we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No! We can't let that happen! Gumshoe! Hi, James. I thought Gumshoe would crash to the courtroom wall. That would have been very funny. But that wasn't 20 minutes yet. And I can hydrate. Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why? Oh, why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Gumshoe! Ah! Thank you for the yowie. He's a sturdy guy. He's a big man. I'm sure he's fine. Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? There is a way. There is a way. We have a way. Got the frame of a slouchy Terminator. I know exactly how to find him. What? How? I'm sure we can find out the Detective Gumshoes through this. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. Try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca. Does she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now... I'm pinning the guilt on someone totally innocent, and using evidence to do so. Might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. Doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. Verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, Bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're possibly finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what you must do. Got this. Just a little bit more. Also, if anyone doesn't know why I said that with Francisca's help we could find Gumshoe, it is because Francisca has a device that can track where Gumshoe is at all times. That she knows if he's slacking off at work or not. And Gumshoe has no idea. All he knows is that every time that Francisca gets close, he starts beeping. Alright. So, like, half an hour later. Illegal trekking! Yay! We'll now reconvene. Reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. We're both so tense. They're so tense. They're gonna delay every minute they possibly can. I understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, could you please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note? Yes, Your Honor. Fortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. It is fake. The note was forged. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Fascinating. Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not a note, if this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do more. We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Juan did it. Juan forged it. Mr. Corrida.
Well. It looks like Miss Impacts never left a suicide note after all. They never wrote anything about On Guard.
However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible.
It's weird that On Guard had no idea the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it.
The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Guard to not have known it was a fake. Oh. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, camera. Oh, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier, you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew the existence of this note, because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means that Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah. So, Edgeworth, what's your thoughts on the weather today? It's a little, I don't know, what would he word it as? Like, oh, it's this, gay. They just start doing small talk, and, like, on, like, the premise of, like, being part of the cross-examination. So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory, as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into the thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Right, you know perfectly well that this cloudy gray is my favorite weather. The humidity is immaculate. Why? Your Honor, there's no way the prosecution is actually Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth's hair frizzles during days with exactly 71.45% humidity. Your Honor, the finale of the Steel Samurai Next Generation is about to air. I request another 30-minute recess. But Mr. Wright, Edgeworth, he's 100% correct, Your Honor. We cannot afford to miss such a crucial moment in history. If Edgeworth wasn't, like, as a professional stickler as he is, I'm absolutely sure he would agree with this. You think Edgeworth's hair does get frizzy? Do you think it's, like, gelled back? Phoenix's hair is absolutely gelled. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show some proof that the victim made the forgery in some unknown place? No, you. Phoenix's hair is 40% gel, 40% sweat, 20% hair. He takes pride in how spiky it is. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. On Guard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand this time. Oh, that's fine. However, the witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth's stuttering. Not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? The witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelly to kill her to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the...
Is it more unusual than the parrot? We'll find out. It's the cat! We put Shu on the stand! No such person could exist who can answer the question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is the witness?
It's...
Yes, go on. Who is it?
man himself. Shelly the Killer. You got it, Bard. You did it! We're finally putting him on the stand.
Oh, Mr. the Killer. Wait, Shelly the Killer?
I hate that I'm guessing.
You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this all right with you?
I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. We're just bringing the assassin for testimony? And he's okay with that? So, he's okay with it because it has to do with the assassin's, like, his, like, creed, like, his honor as an assassin. Because all he needs to do is make sure that his client isn't seen as guilty. So if he does that without, you know, getting caught himself, I guess that's kind of how it works. He just has to prove his client innocent because he knows that he willingly takes credit for his murders, his assassinations. Damn, Edgeworth using all his power of prosecution to summon his witness out of nowhere.
Wonder if it truly is all right to do this.
Very well then. The prosecution calls his witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Very good, sir. You can perform medium channeling on living people? Yeah, just turn into this channel. My name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm a professional assassin. I forgot that it like does like a little like dance when it talks. What the fuck?
I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor.
How could you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what the urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. But first of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sound proof that, a sort of proof that you were in fact Shelly the Killer. I understand. And please wait a second. Can you see that like the mic piece of the microphone at the bottom is moving in and out? It's such genius character design. The judge finally goes to Brandon Will. This looks exactly like Shelly the Killer's face, which is the long face. He has the one monocle. You can't see my mouse outlining this. The line down the middle where his stitching is. Really the microphone part is kind of like his mustache even. The ear on the side. It's such a good design. I'm so hungry.
Maya!
Maya!
Voice, Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the Killer. I never noticed that. It's such a little detail, you know? Like little things to be like, it's not just like a two-way radio. This is in fact the face, like a representation of the face of Shelly the Killer.
Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now the witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? Why would the assassin just let people know that he has us hostage? Actually, can I... Oh, that was how much transparency I'm giving it. Hi. Because I want you guys to see, like, the animation behind the box. And what would that be? The request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Kurita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Kurita. Oh. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream. Shelly the Killer. What is he going to say? I don't think people really caught on to the fact, and it's right, specifically never clued anyone in this either. Yeah, he's not like... I feel like it's him trying not to, like, alert the courtroom, you know? Like, making this a dire situation. There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I'm here today on the witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. It is almost to say he seems to be mocking us. Well, he may appear to be your enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He's no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me could comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. I also kind of like that the shifting radio needle kind of looks like an eye looking back and forth, just kind of watching the room. I don't know if that's intended or not. And like when he talks, it like focuses in the middle. Something I must state. Assassin, nothing more important than the trust between a client and himself. Trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. That is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? This never happened before, but if I ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. It would certainly... that's enough. Please, no more. Very well. It was only hypothetical anyway. That is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. An assassin? Yeah. That seems a little strange to me. This is Shelly the Killer, by the way. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You... who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? You're the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. This egomaniacal, we would say is like an egomaniac, right? Egomaniacal? It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. Yeah? Okay. You won't live very long if you do everything, if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand the mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed. You have to work to get him to talk. Ego my ego. Not as therapist, you know. I missed something? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. There are roles and duties an assassin and his client are to carry out. I'm sorry, but I was just wondering about something you said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you could betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. My luck, assassin with the conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You made it crystal clear that you trust value above all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. That is the reason I'm here today in this witness stand. Now then, I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client, don't you agree? What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Juan Corrida? Mr. Juan Corrida. That person's name is? Adrian Andrews. What? Witness. That's not who you told me this earlier. Right tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? He's trying to get that innocent verdict. This can't be. On the phone earlier. Okay. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Mr. Matt Engard, perhaps. I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelly DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Engard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. But do we want to? The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which was a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. A lot of lead up to that to make sure everyone agrees that he's about to tell the truth, then fucking lies. Well, do we really have any solid proof that he's lying? Domestic damn dad. I hope I'm reading that correctly. Thanks for coming by to chill. We've heard the name of the assassin himself, the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No.
With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent. It seems I have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you've reached a verdict. Oh, he's just checked out. Bailiff, please bring in Miss Adrian Andrews immediately. What now? With the way this is going, On Guard will be found innocent. If On Guard messed up in the first place, why is the assassin going to such lengths to save him again? Big paying client. If he gets Matt On Guard out of jail as like a big rich celebrity client, don't you think that he would hire his services again? He got a big like a roll of cash for the first job. This may be your last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And On Guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? That's true. On Guard didn't actually do anything wrong. He was implicated. His client has so much evidence against him because they were not the most subtle. Honestly, the killer's fucked up a lot in this. He's kind of doing damage control, yeah. I mean, Shelly the Killer didn't actually do anything wrong. There's something else that's gonna come up in a little bit, but Shelly the Killer was fine. Adrian Andrews came in and messed with the scene and also took the calling card, which she didn't really know what it was, but she just wanted to prove that Matt On Guard did it out of revenge. Like, she's being selfish for this. She did it out of her like own motives, unrelated to the actual killing itself. Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Also, and she stabbed. Well, he was already dead. He was already dead when he got stabbed. So, also, accidents happen in jail are really suspicious. Outside of jail, accidents happen all the time. Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelly the Killer is certainly lying under oath. Did he put him under oath, though? Did he, like, make him put a little hand on a book and say, I testify? Wasn't me. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. The testimony just now. It was all one big lie. Miss Andrews. The suicide note may have been a fake. But that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, that was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. The testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie. It takes some serious commitment to stab someone, even if they're dead. She did admit that. It's also worth noting that she was the one trying to pin the crime on someone. The killer's little speech before saying it was Andrew's space. Thank you for the yowie. That my client broke the rules and tried to implicate someone else. Matt never did that. Twist felt like it was coming. That's true. Put your right hand on the yowie and swear to tell the truth. Yowie is the entire basis of the Ace Attorney series. But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He said that he named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the Nickel Samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We all know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reason to want to help, both, I would say you have plenty of reason to want them both dead. No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? That's right, we're still waiting on Gumshoe's evidence. Gotta continue. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You're a lawyer. I know. But Matt on guard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of Edgeworth that I know how... We're being, like, really stubborn about this one point. I have to admit that it's because of Edgeworth that I know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it till now. I trust him? Is that it? You just trust Edgeworth? Yes, you do. Mia knows what's up. I might be a defense attorney, but I'll put every criminal behind bars. Word. Right? That was a little gay. Rather than just doing it for the sake of defending our clients, we're doing it because we wholeheartedly believe that they're innocent. So the fact that we know off the top that Matt on guard is guilty, we're just trying to do the right thing.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
That's why most defense attorneys don't do private clients. Well, we didn't take on this client because we chose to. We were threatened to take him on as a client. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. And I can hydrate, thank you, thank you.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth.
That is my job, Your Honor.
I mean, it's not, but... There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller.
Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk to you a little bit more.
About?
All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well,
actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case.
that is how things are usually done.
What is he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is there any wonder no one likes to go to court? The people in the gallery must be so fed up with the drama show. They're already done. They've checked out. I've already stated quite a few times Adrian Andrews is my client, however. One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is the most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
We have to cross-examination. We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question a testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Oh? Why? What has this witness said that, what this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then... And then I'll expose the lies in the oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes the two of us. One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew that from the beginning that the client, that Juan Corrida was dead. I like to think otherwise. From the very beginning? That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. Matt is watching this, right? He sees Phoenix is trying to win both ways. There's a possibility he's not in the room. If he really doesn't care about the case, he could just be in, like, a waiting room. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. That's a little odd. Because, at the very beginning, Adrian did something a bit odd. I believe this is it. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. What? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought that Mr. Corrida had only... Mr. DeKiller had supposed that... Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask such a minor detail? It's not very important, it's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews is really your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that could only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that our attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what you're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised! You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. You know, when he's not being the worst, Edgeworth doesn't look too bad. Edgeworth, I like him a lot, actually. I think, here's an odd take, and we haven't really seen a lot of the other characters yet because it's just the first trilogy, but I really like the main prosecutors of the series. I don't know why I like them so much. They're so fun. They vary so much. Sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. We're not yelling at each other. We just go, Edgeworth, you forgot a thing. Oh, sorry. Anyway, I am positive there's a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests a further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. The judge is used to these two almost leaping over the desk. He isn't used to them this calm back and forth, right?
Edgeworth, honey, you forgot your evidence. Oh, sorry, babe. What like pet names do you think they would have for each other, you know? Because they're just calling they're calling each other like we're on a full name basis. Edgeworth is on a full name basis with us, where he just calls us Phoenix Wright, and we call him Mr. Edgeworth. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. A request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. You physically met your client, hmm? Nixon edgy. That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to my building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Interesting with me about a week ago. I was requested for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss. What bar? So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? There was a brief pause. Press. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between the client and of myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak with the client while I'm looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now of any importance? I mean, no. Why he meets his client is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop Please stop sidestepping my questions. Ask how the client looks? What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright. I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought, I could trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, what was this testimony just now of any importance? Some broke down that listen, I'm having a hard time reading. Him. If I think of what I heard just now, and I think I've got him. I did wonder why they were called Adrian. It's a beautifully androgynous name, I think. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of utmost importance. Oh, really? If that's the case. Witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. That moment I saw him, I thought I could trust this person as a client. It's just that statement, right? Where's our... I'm sorry. It's been a minute since we looked at the profiles. There's just something about how this is now Why did I forget that this was here? It's so scary. Anyway. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at the bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Jelly to Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. What is the issue? What did you just say just now? About her? If you'd ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one would have told you that she is a woman. Oh, the radio. Sir, you are horribly backlit in this photo. Good, send it to the court. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? The whole thing just erupted. It's okay, we'll fix it. The witness testified to the following: that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client would not have been Miss Andrews, Adrian Andrews. He's sweating. He's a little sweaty right now. Hey, good God, what is that thing made of? Mr. Edgeworth, oily bucket. I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has something to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Luckily for Mr. DeKiller, unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Who puts oil in a radio? I guess an assassin does. The court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I just know he's gonna spit out more lies. Very well, but this time, give us the truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took the request by mail. There have been times where I took the job without having met my client. The request for the murder of Juan Corrida and one or two other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. Hi. Shy. So you took this job through a letter. You didn't mention anything through a letter earlier in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but... Just tossing aside his entire trust statement. I think it's okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, I can look at Edgeworth all I want. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. We trust Edgeworth so much. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Quest taking, part 2. I remember I took a request by mail. There must have been times I took a job without... There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let that slide with him, or... It would be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. We can push a little bit. In Edgeworth we trust. Whether or not they related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I said from the beginning has nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. This is worth pursuing? This is very important.
Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, then I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find the figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated to your testimony. As you wish. One of these was to find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews. Yeah? Yeah? This one? This figurine? Radio Man could have easily saved himself earlier by saying, I refer to all my clients with male pronouns for the sake of anonymity. So Shelly's a killer. This guy, he's the third heir and he's trying to prove himself. So he's like not the best at this right now. And to kind of prove his desperation, he leaves a calling card on all of his, I guess, sites to kind of take credit for it. He's kind of really grasping at straws for certain things like this. So he's not, while he is a professional killer, he's not an experienced one as much as he's making out to be. Shelly's a killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. Gave it to her without realizing she was a lady? There's another issue. I was going to burn it for her sake. Adrian was so desperate to get this bear because she knew the contents, and she wanted to burn the note inside. Even for a single minute, if even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands. I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order! So that's where you two were going. So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Ugh! The judge is so invested he's willing to take a trip? Yeah, he's being carried along by the narrative. Order, order, order! Mr. Phoenix, right? I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that is your intention, there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please. Not that. Please, wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end so that I may stay my hand, otherwise. What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. We keep this up, Maya, she'll... prosecution, What has come over everyone? Even you're... The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What?
A little suspicious. A little suspicious.
Well, I never thought I'd see this day. There's a most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions. Then, the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is... Adrian Andrews.
Can't let him get away with this.
Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Engarde, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews, be charged with murder. How does that make any sense? For what? This case has more twists than a Rubik's Cube competition. It is kind of going all over the place. A lot of the final cases do tend to throw you for a loop. The later games does do a better job of organizing the plot when it gets to this point. The prosecution, we've already proven that she was most certainly was not the client. So the prosecution is basically saying, like, we give up our case. Edgeworth is not pushing anything anymore. He rests the case. So if that's the case, then that means that our client, Matt Engarde, is innocent. Because the prosecution is no longer sustaining that he's guilty. I can hydrate, thank you so much.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Engarde, to the stand.
We don't need plot, we have gay trauma.
Did you guys know that the Ace Attorney, like, characters were originally designed by a yaoi artist?
The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. I did not know this, yeah. That's why Ace Attorney is rooted in yaoi, because the artist for the original characters was a well-known yaoi artist back in the day. It's canon, sorta. Yeah. If you do, I can't think of the artist's name at the top of my head, but if you do look up their work, like, you'll see that their two characters in the original works are very suspiciously Phoenix and Edgeworth coded. Dude, did the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person.
Hey lawyers, hi Jeff. We're actually just wrapping up the case. We're getting the not guilty verdict for our client. Did we get jail time for contempt of court?
You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
Huh.
So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Engarde! What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. That refreshing like a spring breeze crap is just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? You better get Engarde a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya would die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say she's guilty or not guilty? Oh. Say he's guilty or not guilty. Either choice I need to make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, and your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? He did it, Your Honor. Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is... What do we do? What do we do, chat? I mean, I know that Maya is being kidnapped by a murderer right now, and is also, like, starving for 2 days. But she did say we better get a guilty verdict, right? So, you know, Your Honor, nuh-uh. Let him have apple juice in court. He had it in the detention center, too. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. A win is a win. Matt Ungard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Ungard is... Franziska! Franziska von Karma! What do you do? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off the scruffy fool. Ah, fuck, she's here. Oh, Jeff, you weren't here. So, Gumshoe was on the team, basically, to help track down the assassin. But he had evidence that the assassin left behind. So, he drove over to us as fast as he could to get the evidence. But then he got into a car crash, and we didn't know where he crashed. So we asked Franziska, who has this tracker, to find Gumshoe, to find him so we can get the evidence into court. Like an angel, fallen from grace, and enshrouded in a whole Myers, putrescence, Von Karma sinks in. Just like Edgeworth, we'll just assume he's dead. Do you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma's perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this. His jacket! What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoe's. His spot is tattered rags anywhere. She stole his... It's not that she stole his coat. He wrapped the evidence in the coat and handed it off. Not the Columbo coat. I apologize for his ugliness. There was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what's inside this raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside the coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? I'll get the squeaky toy hammer, fill it with half a pound of nickels, and appoint myself as bailiff. Oh, and appoint it as my bailiff. Oh, okay. Did someone watch it after this? I doubt he ever did. He's so busy. He knows how to make cup noodles, and that's it. He gets paid in nickels. The trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it's our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, they will not be accepted by this court. Just when the fuck do you give a shit about proceedings? We were like 4 overs time than when we should have stopped. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please. Actually, we're only like an hour over, but still.
These pieces of evidence were the items left by Tequila during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. Tequila left 3 pieces of evidence. Something among the evidence we're about to see. There will be something that will turn this whole situation around. Something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. That's right, he said he was gonna... Gumshoe said that he would run through every red light, and then we heard a crash on the phone and nothing else. His phone got annihilated. I'm sure of it. This is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Sure. We've yet to perform the ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least with me. This is the pistol that he used to shoot Von Karma. There's no jury here at all, just spectators. That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet where they removed it from my shoulders, a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. Add it to the court record. He no longer has a gun then, or is an assassin better prepared? He did choke Juan to death. He choked Mr. Kurita to death, so he doesn't need the gun. Wouldn't be surprised if this court has some sort of TV show in their world. I think they do some of the cases, at least in the other media. Like, I think in the movie, they do broadcast the cases to some extent. The second piece of evidence is his videotape. Bet the killer took that from the Ungard mansion. Have you checked the contents of the tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to this because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelly the killer is no ordinary man. Videotape added to the court record. The last piece of evidence is the bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel?
Was this used during the crime?
I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets.
There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder.
There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
And what is that?
There's a button missing on the uniform.
Button?
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy's uniform added to the court record. That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
Sure. Were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is, who is the client?
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please, allow me to examine the new evidence.
Overruled. This court has already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. The judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's It's... Right, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are two ways out of the situation for us. Two? The first. Make on guard wish from the bottom of his soul for guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If on guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he'll let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking for me to do the impossible. The second way. The killer jump scare. Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were no longer to think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his client above all else. Quick, Phoenix, turn On Guard's blood into wine. Miracle. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But you could make either one happen. It would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he just shown, he's not accepting it. Phoenix, part his Red Sea violently. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked out for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, the prosecution, and the judge. We've all seen the pieces of the evidence. And now, that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth. It may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will now pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? We're all throwing poo at the wall to see what kind of Rorschach test result we get. We're doing fine! We're just fine. I've already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. I will now pronounce my verdict. Yay! Do you think the judge would officiate me and Edgeworth's wedding? And by me, I do mean Phoenix. I say we and me from the point of view of Phoenix. Thank you for your badge. Please, Your Honor. It's right for you to ask it with such passion. I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That is impossible. To turn the situation around in one try. One try? That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that's happened up until this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time. A lawyer HP, no! Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? So I know exactly what to do at this point, but I don't know if you guys know, who are following up until this point, understand what's happening here, what we're trying to do. I see. Now, tell the court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. So there's a certain something we have. I believe it's this. Contents unknown. We know what's on this tape.
The lawyer's badge! It is time as—
No, sadly not. Not this time.
What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there's some merit. But thank you for your lawyer's badge. You ain't getting this back. I think there's some merit in showing the evidence to the witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, it looks like I managed to convince him.
Phoenix says, not guilty, then starts his lethal vigilante arc. Okay, well, we have to wait like 2 more games for that.
Maya, she's okay, right?
Who the fuck? This is Shelly the Killer. So, obviously, the assassin is not gonna show his face to us. Right? This is what he looks like lit. But I love... Jeff, you're gonna appreciate this. If you look at his face, right? He has the monocle, the downturned eyes, the mustache, the stitch across his face. If you look at the design of the radio, with the circular eye with the downturned screw, the line down the middle. There's also like the shifty eye on the other side. It's such a genius design. Tremendous. Great character design. Didn't I tell yourself to, didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing this speedy trial? Bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Not even gonna question the staples, they're just there. How are we supposed to know the context of a videotape to a walkie-talkie? You'll see. Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, what is all I need? I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid, I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was certainly told by my client not to watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, if you're on this tape. Me. There's a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is this true? Mr. Wright! Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That's a concerning amount of bears. They're gifts. You know how, like, hockey players and ice skaters get, like, a ton of a plush animal that's, like, associated with, like, the celebrity, kind of? It's a betrayal. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Even Edgeworth is bullying the judge, amazing. He usually tries to stay professional about it. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. He told us why before. Why did Matt on guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did it is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the scene. It was... You wanted to see who wanted to get his, wanted to blackmail you, didn't trust your skills. He had admitted to us openly that he wanted blackmail on the killer. Okay, I'm starting to understand the Edgeworth appeal more and more. Just wait till the time skip and he gets a cute pair of glasses. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe in anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at a bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this as video to blackmail you.
What do you have to say about that, Shelly the Killer? Oh! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That's the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. Well, what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. Would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. See. Most anime, when a time skip happens, the characters get stronger, but Edward just gets more handsome. So I guess he does get stronger in a way. Technically, he gets weaker, because his eyesight's worse. What, Shelly the Killer? Oh, so... the Killer is a long line of assassins from, like, the past 100 years. And with his name Shelly, he leaves behind this calling card on his victims. Oh, Shirley the Killer? Also yes. I see! Carry on! Shirley the Killer. I love the name so much. Sometimes I'll miss some of the more subtle ones, but some of them just hit so good. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Edward's strength is his handsomeness. And his money. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. We're so relieved. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... Ah! Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. You suddenly really kind of want to go to jail. Mr. On Guard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. I love this animation of, like, him having to push back his bangs. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you understand what I mean if you watch this video. Yeah, help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is that alright with you, Mr. Wright? We finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. What do we think? What are we feeling? Guilty? We're gonna get that guilty? So Maya's been kidnapped, I just figured.
Mortar or Norder? Oh, that's a good one. I feel like not guilty is scarier. That's true. But we can... Oh. Guilty. Nail him in the dick with the gavel. Got you. I hear you. Not on guard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. No! Ah. Guilty, guilty, guilty. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? I've left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right now. Right about now. Oh Christ, is he okay? It's just superficial, really. No. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during the trial, all I felt was despair. He must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess he's trying to forgive him for what he did. As witness, how should I put this? He has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. That's true. If we did say not guilty, we are subjecting Adrian to a guilty, technically. But after that... Well, no. She already has crime. Other crimes unrelated to the case. She would not be guilty for this, for the murder, but she still tampered with evidence, forged evidence, desecrated a body. After that, when I was alone at the detention center, that was the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convince, with the power of your love, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I really am happy that you two were in charge of this case. The combined lawyer force power. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Oh, it's my stream hiccup there for a second. The camera did. Thank you so much, everyone. Looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits. That is good enough for me. That is all. The court is adjourned. March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. God, it's been 6-hour court. Motherfucker always confused. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more to than just getting a not guilty, right? Judge, I am out of here. Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. The moral of the story is accept who you are, no matter what. That means you two gay lawyers especially. I hope it's not a hot take in this universe to say that morality comes before career. In this case specifically, yeah. I'll save it. We still have one more game to go. Let's hear the final, Defense's final statements on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? One more game after this? So this is the second game of the Ace Attorney trilogy for the original 3 games. And then after this is the Apollo Justice trilogy, which I'm so excited about, but there's still one more game we need to go through. It also gives people time to play through it, because it just came out like a couple days ago. Like a week ago. So if there are people who are like wanting to play through the Apollo Justice trilogy before I stream it, like if they want to experience it themselves, they have like quite a bit of time before I get to it. A month. My client, Madame Guard, is he guilty? Or is he not guilty? Also, don't worry about my phrasing. It's all good. With the weight behind this case, I thought this was the end. We still got one more. Those were your choices then, and this is your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right! Hi, Edgeworth. I went to AA4 with low expectations, because my sister knew way more about it than the series, Didn't like what they did to Phoenix with it. But then I played it myself and fucking loved it. It's so good. Like, Apollo Justice is probably one of my favorite... I guess the trilogy itself, but the base game Apollo Justice itself is like one of my favorites. Ah, fuck, he's here. More gay foxboy lawyer, at least for like another, like, 4 months. You cannot stop me from playing this series. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls, you're telling the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in the patrol car. Mystic Maya's safe. You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for you. She's just beating up on Phoenix right now by his like ankles. After 4, I might have tuned out because I want to play 5 and 6 for myself. Absolutely fine. Again, the trilogy is out for Apollo Justice, and you will have, you know, like, I only play this game once a week, so about a month for me to finish AA3, and then another a month for me to finish AA4. So you have roughly about 2 months to finish the next 2 games, which is pretty easy to do, I think. At least in my opinion. We did it! Hope you like the scan, and thank you for the yowie. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh! What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. Hey, got it. About earlier, thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix, right? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you're still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. Pearl Puncher! I used every trick in the book. Dirty trick in the book. And so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared. Gay! The timing of that! A man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I realized that I was in love with him.
And that's when everything changed. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. A man who appeared gay. I felt like I'd lost everything because of that. And then... Oh yeah, remember this? It was my turn to sit on the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. And now we're lovers. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And then I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. And then I disappeared for a fucking year. As well as you should have. As a prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. It was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. If it's a Luger, I imagine it's an I-mill. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. Oh, that's what we're calling it, huh, Edgeworth? Didn't we beat Karma more than once? Yeah. That's why she's so pissed. Did she lose a bunch of cases against Phoenix? Yeah.
Name one word that starts with G pronounced like J.
Gentrification. Thank you so much for the bits into the Fox stocks. These will invest very dearly into all of the Miles Phoenix fanfics that I'm investing into. What? You trusted your enemy? Oh, we're calling it trust because we're in front of Francisca, you know? We can't let her in on it. Hi, Ray Ray. Hi. Objection! Oh, Elgari, what's that? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. Yeah, no links, but I will see the clips. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight it with the knowledge and hold everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth. Yes, that is the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran away into the night. Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? Really let me down. When he disappeared, I felt betrayed. I couldn't see you for an entire year. Even hearing your name, I told everyone to stop saying it because I would get upset. The reason I tried to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. Baby Edgeworth! All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. Baby Worth. I decided that Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma! I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser, and they were courtroom mates, and they were co-workers. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
Pearl punch her in the head. Franziska threw something at the ground just now. This is the electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return to this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Oh, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. Did she keep this, right? Okay. Nick!
Maya.
She got defeated and she dropped her loot. Maya!
Mystic Maya!
Mystic Maya! Thank you for the yowie. Why, is it a trophy? Yeah, it's our bragging point. Use it when the judge acts up. We'll probably hit ourselves.
We have Maya back.
Oh. Quick ad running, but it's okay. We're almost at the ending. Undefeated raid boss Von Karma 2!
Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But I'm sure but we sure pressed our luck with this trial. You're really lucky to be standing there. The whip is super OP against the judge. You're so right. Watch Von Karma come back as a mercenary caught up in privateering or something. We're just gonna have this with us from now on. It's just in our pocket. We don't have like a bag or anything for all this evidence.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that? Did Maya just threaten to become a ghost to haunt us if we didn't get the right verdict at the end?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're all right.
Hey, it looks like you made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
He's showing affection.
The fact that she could do that is a real concern. The fact that she knows that she can do it is really the thing. Oh, that's right. Maya hasn't eaten in like 3 days.
All right. I think it's time we go out get out of this depressing place.
He's 100% gayer. He came out of the closet in the year that he was gone. Time for burger, apparently. Burger. Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick, food! Grub, chow, I'm starved! I'm so hungry. You even look like a nice juicy burger in a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I decided we're gonna have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food!
Let's go, ground meat man. Oh, we're back at the hotel. Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe! His little hair sticking out of his bandages. Are you okay?
Oh, good, he's alive. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. Telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy. I felt like a dear old heart was gonna give out on me. And I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than ever the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Right too hard? The himbo lives! He hit a stationary target, well done. He did say his old junk car was very, very old. If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might even kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get a picture by the genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put a messy case behind us now. He uses a hammer to adjust steering. Oh, God. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you're the one who saved the day, detective. Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Yay! Gotta go. Have a good night. Thank you so much for coming in, Kit Kat. You have a good night, okay? Oh, you know, it's... Oh. Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of those things in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all. It's over. Well, oh boy, let me tell you. You were really something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped? Never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had a rough gal. So, where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Miss Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Wait, we let the kid watch the court case? Wasn't there a video of the murder? No, we didn't have time to watch the video. We just explained what was on the video. And Pearl was channeling Mia at the time, so she couldn't see anything. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Sure is nice. Yeah, she was possessed. She was channeling Mia. It sure is nice to have them, see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the awful experience of my life. The most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here. The tracker device seems to be in a different location. Oh, this is probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Uh-huh, but Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't eaten anything yet. You've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. Is the coat moving? I don't know. He got chipped with like a syringe. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. What do we got? What do we think? Give him a kiss! Hey, Edgeworth, do you want this expensive $3,800 bear? Give him the gun! Kiss him! I know what I'm supposed to do. But that got auto-modded. I could show him the badge. Automod is homophobic. The Automod just doesn't want any kissing in chat. That's all.
What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you, too. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean.
Pearly, would you cut that out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway. So who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick! Huh? Oh yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. I kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh? Yeah, got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in the hotel, you see. And I just bought it myself this good old beauty here. It'd be better anyhow. It better be anyhow for 3,000. Ah, yes, the abundant public defendant fund. Huh? 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 Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Huh?
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Don't need to hold back now, year? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Come on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
Alright then, if you say so. Objection! Phoenix is about to evaporate. Shu Takumi. Genius. Yeah, in the DS version, it prompts you to say it out loud.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Have mercy, his wallet can't take anymore. He even lost the last case. So probably we're not getting paid as much for that one, if at all.
I'm so happy you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case.
People want to kill me a lot is not the brag you think, Maya. Oh. Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. He has a job again. Who gave her a credit card? I think because everything was being put on a tab, it just kind of got all stacked up there.
Maggie. I'm Maggie Bird and retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to people who come by to the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
We should go take a stop by there sometime. Gumshoe's not long for this world, I imagine. I'm sure nothing bad will ever happen, and Maggie will be fine. Oh, the clinic. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Dr. Hottie, Director Hottie. Ho ho. Recently, yes, that girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I laid as much of an eye on her, it would go crack. Didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. Oh.
It makes me uncomfy.
Max. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. To let the world know I am serious, I plan to make a fabulous fight to Zimbabwe.
Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes. Japanese media directors be like, now put a pervert in there. They gotta cover all the bases with the character tropes, you know? It's kind of a staple.
I'm ready, I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall in deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls represent. You got our new act worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Not him. Get him away. I do love the music of this game, too. What's this drat? It's an ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? Oh, but it's Edgy-Poo's idea, so it means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me the Queen, Wendy, and treat me like royalty. There was a man who, and they're speaking in pain, playing with fire is very dangerous because of that. Didn't know they had the beta tester version of Clissy in this game. I did mention that. That's our OG pink performer. Our circus clowns. I appreciate that everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. And that is how the ship of Adrian Andrews and Franziska Von Karma began. They are girlfriends now. Oh. It's become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you two would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Oh. Hide the evidence. What do you guys think? How did you like the second game? Oh, March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International Departure Gate, Gate 12. We're at the airport now. Where are you going, Franziska? I love this. Thanks for streaming, of course. How did you know I was here? You self-destructed so impressively. Doofenshmirtz would be impressed. With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in this coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash. I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout. I'm sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. This case is already over. What are you going to do now? I enjoyed the playthrough. I don't have the patience to play through it. That's perfectly fine. Actually, with the Apollo Justice trilogy, they do have a story mode only version. Where if you don't want to play through the game yourself, like if you don't feel like you can do the puzzles, you can auto-play it. And surely this mystery item will just be forgotten. That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be the genius like your father, but you're a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I'm even throwing my whip away.
Speaking of that, Pride gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I like the carrots, like the camp, but a general mad. That's perfectly fine. It's the writing that's getting me. I'm going to say this again. The prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. Hope you'll think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. Like it, thank you so much for your first. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. I'll take a hydrate while we, do a little scan at the airport. This is TSA, right? Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for the trash. Did I pass TSA? Blah. Thanks for the yowie. And then, finally, my chance to take revenge on you has arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat. Oh yeah, thank you for the badge. Oh yeah, thanks for your badge. Ah, thank you for your badge. Cut to Phoenix checking his poor credit card. Oh, thank you for your badge. Yeah. And this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. Ow! Thank you. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I left you behind in all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intentions of stopping. Do you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path? Then, this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I'm Franziska von Karma. I don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. You better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. She looks uncomfortable. She's on the verge of tears. Airplane. Goodbye, Franziska. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday. Sure we'll meet again in battle. Why does everyone get so emotional at airports? It's like a goodbye. This last piece of evidence that never made it to you. Take good care of this fourth piece. So I can give it to you. When at last we meet again. She is like 20. Last piece of evidence. Oh. Got an achievement for that. That's a Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Justice for all. To an end. And that's it. That's the game. We finished game 2. And next week we begin Trials and Tribulations. Thank you for the stream. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. It was a good time. Ooh. Went a tad longer because I forgot to consider that there's the ending cutscenes. But yay, we did it! Thank you so much. You're welcome, son. Thank you. Alright. We're gonna continue next week. I'm gonna check out who we could say hi to for now. It's 2 a.m. Go rest. You guys gotta eat. Take care of yourselves. Absolutely. No pressure to stay or anything like that. I'm gonna carry you guys over to... What are we feeling? We take the easy path. What do we want for our, What do we want for our raid message? Because we're gonna say hi to Gary. Yes, everyone rest up good. How about guilty? Gay lawyer time, miracle found, evidence withheld. Okay, how about I'm gonna send this in. If you don't have any of my emotes, you're free to use whatever emotes you want. You can use channel points to unlock an emote, but some kind of guilty, and then add whatever phrase that you want to add after that, you know? Evidence withheld, autopsy outdated, you know, that kind of thing. I'm gonna, in all caps, you know? Guilty, miracle, yeah, something like that. All right, I love you guys very much. I guess I'll be back to you guys on, if things go well, Tuesday with our ghost stick mystery game. Guilty goblin. Guilty of being a goblin. Oh my god. And then we'll continue Trials and Tribulations on next Trial Thursday, okay? I'll see you guys later. I love you very much. Have a good night. Guilty!